everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I will be your astrologer for the month ahead. Oh boy, we've got a lot of stuff that's going to be taking place in the month of May. So this will be the May 2023 horoscopes. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm very excited to touch on the horoscopes for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. Guys, we've got so much stuff going on this month. Planets going retrograde, planets going direct, a second eclipse that's going to be taking place in the sign of Scorpio. The universe just keeps serving up all of the lessons. So hopefully this is helpful for those of you guys who are really feeling the planetary pressure. I'm sending you guys all good vibes. Know that May is going to be a month where there is going to be some very big changes. Make sure you stay tuned all the way through. I will go through each and every one of the 12 signs after I do a brief look at the transits that catch my eye, okay? So just a few quick offerings for the month ahead. If you guys like my work, if you like my content, if you want to see more of it, you can support my work by joining my YouTube memberships. I have 3 different levels, so you guys can get in and support. Regardless of what your budget is, I just want to say a big thank you to all of the members and the new subscribers. It's awesome to see the channel grow, and a lot of it is because of the horoscopes. So thank you guys so much. Please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you like this content. Any interaction with the channel, even if it's just a thumbs up or a thank you or just dropping me a message and letting me know that you're a new subscriber, really helps the channel grow. It's going to help the YouTube algorithm. It's also going to help it make it possible for me to be able to create content full time. Over the last year and a half, Beyond the Veil YouTube has really grown as a result of coming back and putting in a lot of hard work and effort into creating really high quality content, long format content to not only give you guys insight in terms of what's coming, but also a lot of people watch the channel because they want to learn tarot or astrology. I have live readings generally on Friday nights unless otherwise scheduled at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern. I have to say that because the very first Friday of this particular month will be an eclipse, and your girl does not do readings on eclipses. So we're going to end up probably scheduling it for a different day. So you guys can always catch the links for signing up for a tarot or an astrology reading on my community tab. I always post that in advance. So if you guys want to make your donation, you can, and you can get in the queue to guarantee that you're going to get a reading, because if you wait until we're live, some people have to wait 2, sometimes 3 hours to get a reading. So please do sign up early if you guys want to get readings, especially as things get kind of haywire this month. And do you want to learn tarot or astrology? If you do and you like my style, I offer a study at your own pace courses actually for both tarot and astrology. I have a beginner's course for tarot, a beginner's course for astrology, and I just recently put on my website my Astro 201, and my Astro 201 course is actually now on sale if you guys want to join and study at your own pace. My 201 course is going beyond the natal chart. We talk a lot about my techniques for progression, solar returns, annual perfections, and looking at transits and being able to better make predictions in terms of what may be coming. My goal in this course is to teach you guys how to create your own horoscope and how to better understand what's going on with the current astrology weather. So check that out. I also have some personal reading availability that has opened up for July and August of 2023. My schedule is always live on my website, so if you guys want to book a reading, I have full or half-hour sessions. These sessions are live on Zoom, so we're going to talk one-on-one about your transits. Let's say you're getting married and you want to pick a date, or it's going to be your birthday and you want to take a look at your astrology for the year ahead. Maybe you're hoping to get a compatibility reading between you and a partner. I do all of this type of astrology and much, much more. My sessions are a combination of Western astrology, tarot, and clairvoyant work. So if you want to book a one-on-one reading with me, click on the website below, go to beyondtheveiltarot.com, and you can see everything that I have to offer. Okay, thank you for letting me do my shameless plug. I appreciate it. Let's get into the transits that catch my eye. So if you're new to my channel, the format that I use for every month is the same thing. I'm going to talk to you guys about the most important transits and how it's going to be affecting you. Keep in mind, this is only a fraction of all of the transits that are going to take place next month. If I give you guys all the stuff up front, it's not going to make it as fun to be able to go through the monthly, or also you guys are going to not have as much information when I do the weekly breakdowns. So this is only probably half of the transits. So you want to make sure that you're tuning in for Sundays for Astro Weather, and also catch some of the other videos throughout the week where I will touch on some of the major planetary ingresses, like Venus transits, like Jupiter changing signs, all that stuff. It's all in my playlist. And for a lot of these transits already off the bat, if you're watching this at the end of April, I've got a Cazimi video that I already put out. I've had the lunar eclipse in Scorpio that's been out for a little bit. And I also did a preview of Jupiter in Taurus. So if you guys want a deep dive and you want to know how that's going to be playing out globally, some of my hot takes, and also I do take you through the 12 signs, check out the other content. I'll go deep into that and let you guys know what I'm seeing. So you know how this works. Like when I do these readings, I'm really honest with you guys about how the energy is going to feel. And I know some of you guys are a little rattled. I've been hearing this a lot from my clients. I've been seeing this out in the world. I have to tell you, the last month for me has just been a hot mess. So like you, this is, something that's difficult even for me to be going through, knowing what's happening. So it's okay to feel like there is this pressure going on. We're going to start the month off with May the 1st, where we're going to have a Mercury Cazimi. So this is the halfway point between, the beginning of the Mercury retrograde in Taurus and the end of Mercury retrograde in Taurus. And the Cazimi is actually a really positive transit where, while Mercury is retrograding, it comes into conjunction with the sun. So it's supposed to highlight something. The truth is for many of us, it's going to be an epiphany. So you really just want to know where Taurus is in your chart. Mercury retrograding, conjuncting the sun, is relaying a message basically to bring something out into the light. And it can be some positive news. It can be surprises, coincidences. Mercury likes to play games and he's kind of like a trickster. So you want to look for that. The Cazimi in particular is going to be happening at 11 degrees. So if you have any personal planets around, let's say 9, 10, 11, 12 degrees even of Taurus, you're going to, I think, experience this Cazimi in a very personal manner. Like you may have a download, you may have a sense of more self-awareness. Equally, if it's going retrograde over a personal planet in Taurus, it doesn't just have to be your sun or your moon or your rising. It'll kind of touch on the flavor of that planet. If you have no planets in Taurus, it doesn't matter, because you're still going to get an opportunity to get some insight. And I do feel like this is important because it's going to be happening in the degrees that are polar opposite to the incoming lunar eclipse on the 5th. And this is also going to be similar territory that Jupiter is going to move through, which is going to bring us opportunity for some really significant positive changes, physical changes, because it's in the sign of Taurus, and perhaps even some more money. The downside is that the same day we're going to see Pluto begin its retrograde. So even as you're watching this probably at the end of April, Pluto's already stationing. You guys know I've made the reference to like the trailer for like the blockbuster hit, and you're watching everything blow up and you're like, ah, that's a scary movie. And I talked about how Pluto being in Aquarius for roughly 2.5 months was going to be wild, right? And that we were going to see a sneak preview of what 2024 and 2025 on have to offer with Pluto's ingress into Aquarius. So Pluto is still at 0 degrees, which is a very potent degree in astrology. It's like the most pure form of that particular sign and planet. Pluto is the god of death and regeneration and transformation and purge. And it's in a sign that's associated with the air element, right? So it's about a total change in technology. It's about a total change in politics. We're seeing all kinds of protests going on in the world. Paris is like burning stuff down. We're seeing all kinds of like rebellions going on in certain governments. And, it's a lot of what we thought was going to happen with Pluto and Aquarius. And the truth is that this is only the beginning. So the way that I teach retrogrades, especially with outer planets like Saturn or Neptune, Uranus or Pluto, because these retrogrades last much longer, because these planets are further out in our orbit in our solar system, The changes that happen with the retrograde are very slow, very private, behind the scenes, especially Pluto, because Pluto is a planet that ultimately wants to, I think, free us, and it wants to heal something, and it wants to kind of bring up our fears so that we can work through them and we can, like transform. But while we're in the middle of a Pluto transit, it's a nightmare and it can feel scary. Anyway, so when the planet's retrograde, we're not as aware of its effects. Maybe we're working more on an internal level. Maybe we don't really see Pluto out in the open. Some of the more Plutonian themes of crime and paranoia or fear or things in regards to death is kind of swept under the rug. Like, we're not hearing a lot about that stuff while it's retrograde. So Pluto will be retrograde until February 1st, 2024, right? Like I said, it's a long retrograde period. As it's retrograding, we're actually going to see Pluto drop back down into Capricorn, and that's going to be not until June, so it'll be next month. But on June 11th, 2023, Pluto will move back into Capricorn as it goes retrograde, hit that pivotal 29 degrees, which is also equally very intense. And then we're going to notice that the nodes are going to change in July. So like June and July are intense for their own reasons, because we will finally see the Pluto square the nodes perfect. We've been feeling it in the fixed signs, but it won't be exact until it's 29 degrees in July. At that moment, Pluto in the sign of Capricorn is going to take off like a gun, and it's going to be like, wherever Pluto is in Capricorn in your chart, whole sign, something has to die, something has to end, something has to transform. It's going to be about confronting power struggles. It's going to be about big changes out in the corporate world, in the government. I think we're going to hear a lot more, at least in the United States, about corruption and also the United States' financial crisis. Some would argue that there's global financial crisis, which is true. It's happening all over the world, but we're really going to be hearing about this in the United States. And ultimately, I think the real fireworks are going to be July. But if you guys are aware of what's going on and you're listening to my astrological forecast, you're going to be able to start to see some of these rumbles in the month of May. So watch for the retrograde. I mean, Pluto is a modern astrological planet. So if you are a Scorpio rising, or if you have any prominent Scorpio placements, you may feel the retrograde more intensely. But for some of us, it may be a period over the rest of this year until February of 2024, where once it goes direct, Pluto is then going to get ready to come back into Aquarius. In fact, it's going to spend a mass majority of 2024 in Aquarius. And we're going to see like Venus and Mars move through a conjunction and make these, planetary changes. And I think that we're all going to realize in 2024 just how much the political and the financial world are going to be changing. And it's a recipe for a major revolution. So I'm holding space for us to be able to move through some of these things. It's reminiscent of, the United States' first years in their independence. It's reminiscent of the French Revolution. We've seen these cycles happen before, and it's all about human consciousness rising and us rising up collectively. Not about the left or the right, or Democrats or Republicans, or conservatives or liberals, or anything. We're seeing so much division in the world that so much of this transit is about learning like, hey, if shit's hitting the fan, we're kind of all in it together. It affects everybody. So I encourage you guys to really focus on strength in numbers. And in your life, notice, especially at the end of the May, when things get intense, don't choose division. Come together, okay? On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Gemini form a square with Neptune in Pisces. If you are a Venus-based chart, so if you're a Taurus or a Libra rising, this is going to be a little bit more challenging for you. Venus in Gemini, very social, very lovey, very chatty, kind of flirty. Venus moving through a air sign that's ruled by Mercury is all going to be about communication and talking about what we love. But talk is cheap when it comes to the Venus square Neptune. This is a day, give or take, you want to watch for disappointments in love, financial scams, things getting stolen, things going missing. Be very careful, especially because Venus is in a sign associated with vehicles, apps, cars, gadgets. Being that it's going to square Neptune, we may have water damage, we may have deceit, we may have lies. We may also see issues in regards to infidelity because Neptune is what is hidden. And likely it may not be physical, but it's not, you know, being completely honest about who's sliding in our DMs or who we're talking to or who called us, manipulating or fabricating stories. We might see that as well. You know, just watch for, you know, situations where you could be misled. Not a day to really engage in any real serious investments or purchases or financial agreements. I would say the same thing for relationships because there is something that is foggy and unclear. Then on the 5th, we are going to see the lunar eclipse full moon in Scorpio. That'll be at 14 degrees. This is that second eclipse that's bookending the solar eclipse that we had in April. So eclipses come every 6 months. We see them in pairs. This is an eclipse that is wrapping up things since the solar eclipse that we had at 2 degrees of Scorpio in the fall of 2022. So lunar eclipse, right? Really big emotions because the moon is full. So this is like a full moon on steroids in the sign of Scorpio, which is about crisis, right? The moon is debilitated when it's in Scorpio. So we're going to see more resisting change, negative emotions, purging, secrets, crisis. These things kind of come up with a lunar eclipse in Scorpio. And it's going to be within a 2-degree range or so of an opposition to Uranus. So it's destabilizing, right? When we see the moon oppose Uranus, financial changes, emotional changes, it's like the floor drops out. I'm anticipating we're going to hear some real issues with the housing market because the moon deals with homes. It also deals with women. Scorpio is a sign ruled by Pluto and Mars, so it does deal with death and letting go and inheritance and taxes and money owed and regeneration. So at the time of this particular eclipse, we're going to see, you know, Mars and also Pluto in some interesting aspects. First of all, Pluto will have just retrograded. So there's something that's kind of being shielded or, you know, kind of cloaked, I think. And then Mars at the time of the eclipse is coming into a trine with Neptune. So that can be more about releasing, letting go, but it can be about crying. It can be about mourning. It can be about grief. So for many people, once we had the solar eclipse in Aries, we've been in that 2-week window between eclipses. So we don't need to see something happen the day of the eclipse. Something can happen a couple days before, it can happen 2 weeks later, and eclipses play out over time. So just a heads up, you know, with this particular eclipse on the 5th, it's going to be some intense energy. If you have any personal planets around, I would say 12 to 16 degrees of Scorpio, I'm not going to say duck and cover, but just be mindful that it's going to be more intense. Now, if you have a natal moon Pluto, if you have a natal moon in Scorpio, you're going to be like, this is my life all of the time. Welcome to my world. So you guys may fare actually a little bit better throughout this transit. Equally, this is going to be challenging for the various fixed signs. So if you happen to be like a Taurus, Leo, or an Aquarius around these degrees, you're going to feel the square, and it's going to kind of be a rock'em sock'em period of a couple days. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. So this is a wild, anything goes type of day, okay? When the sun, which is about the ego and our vitality, and it can also be about our purpose and joy, is moving through Taurus, which wants stability, right? It wants resources, it wants pleasure, it wants love, it wants peace, comes into conjunction with Uranus, which is not happy in the sign of Taurus, we will probably see some financial fluctuations in the world. Remember, Uranus wobbles, right? It doesn't have a stereotypical kind of orbit. It goes up and down and left and right and side to side. And so it is the rebel. It's going to want to kind of do things its own way. So when the sun comes into conjunction with Uranus, it can be a day where it's like money comes in, money goes out, something once was there, suddenly it's gone. We have this transit once a year since Uranus has been in the sign of Taurus. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because part of the reason why there's a lot of dust getting kicked up right now is Uranus has returned back to 18 degrees, which in degree astrology is not a great degree. It deals with health problems, it deals with issues with clients, it deals with issues with health and digestion in the service industry. It's a Virgo degree. So if you guys remember back at the end of July, beginning of August of 2022, we saw that conjunction that was unusual between the North Node of Destiny, Uranus, and Mars, all at 18 degrees. So now that this is returning to 18 degrees and the sun is hitting that, I do anticipate we're going to see more effects from that conjunction. I talked about how it was going to totally revolutionize the service industry. I talked about this in my Uranus webinar. Now we're hearing things like McDonald's is coming out with like a completely employee-less restaurant. We're going to hear more about the service industry and how people are losing jobs. We're going to hear more about layoffs and other financial and health related issues. So I don't like saying that, but that's what we're going to see in the world. So watch for those rumbles around the time of this conjunction on the 9th. On the 13th, we're going to see Venus in Cancer moving into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. And this is a good transit. So Venus in Cancer is all about the love of home, family, domestic type vibes. It's moving through a water sign, so it is going to be more sensitive, compassionate, and emotional. And it's forming a trine with Saturn, which is stabilizing. Now, for some of us, we might see some kind of stabilization of our resources, better health, better relationships, more harmony, and kind of domestic bliss. It's a nice kind of like a safety net in the midst of some of the other things that have been going on earlier in the month. So when I take into consideration Saturn in Pisces, which is about building structures, building stability, or having something that can kind of contain within Pisces, I think for a lot of us, it's going to be a solid meditation practice. It's also going to be about focusing on finding stability and having faith and having trust in the universe. And then that trine to Cancer might actually be, with Venus in Cancer, money that comes in that supports us, being able to stay with a relative, being able to find the resources that we need in the midst of what has been, some chaotic transits earlier in the month. So whenever Venus, the goddess of relationship, makes a harmonious aspect to Saturn, we can see finances stabilize. We can see commitments in relationships. Really great for joining with another person, making a commitment like marriages, or maybe even, proposals, business commitments, or making commitments to long-standing things within your home or your family. So like laying foundations for homes, or, putting out tile, or putting up wallpaper, like things that are going to be hard to take down that may be more beautiful. You might want to do some of that stuff during that transit. Then on the 14th, we're going to see Mercury go direct in the sign of Taurus at 5 degrees. Thank goddess. So the retrograde's over. Yes, we're still going to see the shadow. We're going to feel the shadow until Mercury leaves about 15 degrees. But technically, the Mercury retrograde is over. So if you've been waiting to sign a contract or move, buy a vehicle, commit to anything, especially physically or financially, it's easier to do once Mercury has gone direct. This is especially good for all of the Gemini and Virgo risings because Mercury is your chart ruler. So now that Mercury is direct, things aren't as wonky. Yeah, we can kind of get some fuss on the back end, but for the most part, I think it's going to be a whole lot easier. Then on the 16th, and I guess I should let you guys know, from here forward, okay, so mid-month in May on, it gets rather intense. Big news, Jupiter moving into Taurus. Like I said, I did a video on that. Jupiter is about philosophy and guidance and spiritual knowledge and travel and expansion, right? He is the benefic in astrology next to Venus. So generally when Jupiter goes into a particular sign, it's going to enhance the flavor of that sign. So over the last year plus, we've had Jupiter in the sign of Aries, which has been incentivizing individuals to stand up, be independent, take charge, be active, in some cases, be brave, right? Be confrontational. I do think we've seen, unfortunately, a lot of things in the world where people have been more combative and they've been more angry. But a lot of that is also because we've been seeing some stuff going on with Pluto changing signs. Anyway, Jupiter can be about abundance. It can be about money. So Jupiter moving into Taurus is going to highlight and really maximize or zoom in on the topic of Taurus related things: food, resources, the planet, pleasure, spending, right? But also inflation, the banks, anything in regards to financial and material goods. So we might see increased rates. We might see increased focus globally on resources. I have said for many months that as soon as Jupiter goes into Taurus, it's incredibly intense because it's immediately going to be met with a conjunction to the North Node, which is on one hand positive because it's trying to bring knowledge and expansion and abundance to wherever the North Node is in your chart. Look for Taurus. Globally, I think it's going to make sense for everybody to learn a lot about gardening, for everybody to learn a lot about natural law, for everybody to start paying attention to what's going on with the central banks and the fact that there is going to be an effort to be able to corral everybody into the central banks, create new currencies and things with Uranus and Taurus, and try pushing people in a direction where they have to buy certain products, eat certain food, do banking in a certain way. And it's not just because Jupiter is going to be in Taurus, it's because Jupiter will immediately come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. You're going to see land grabs. You're going to see certain, I would say like kings or rulers or people like laws that are immediately putting restrictions on money or on financial transactions, digital transactions, things in regards to taxes, because Pluto can deal with taxes. And it's going to inflame the Pluto and Aquarius situation. So when we see a square between two fixed signs, they're duking it out, right? It's like a sock'em bop'em type of situation, or an MMA, fight. And Pluto is going to fight dirty, and Jupiter is going to be about the moral high ground. So we're going to see people who are the archetypes of Taurus, like farmers, like artists, like people who are trying to focus on, conservation of forests and animals and all these things, come up against and start challenging Pluto and Aquarius, which is going to be this technocratic, type of group, or these super lords that are trying to take over. Pluto and Aquarius is why I think we're seeing some of these shadow things being exposed, like the World Health Association and other groups that are trying to tell us that we will eat bugs and be happy and have nothing. When in reality, the North Node of Jupiter in Taurus is teaching us that there is an abundance of land, there is an abundance of food, there is an abundance of knowledge, and wealth is about to be completely redefined, okay? So forget the days of being like, oh, I look cute and I have this and I have that. Like, if you want to be wealthy, you want to feed other people, you want to help clothe other people, you want to share land, you want to share resources, we want to start teaching other people how to feed themselves. We also want to start investing in learning more about money. So we need to be learning about how to diversify our assets. We need to be sharing this information. Some people may become very wealthy overnight with some of these transits. So pay attention for that as well. There can be certain configurations, depending on your astrology, where there is just a stroke of luck and suddenly one thing ends and it opens the door to something brand new. So we will continue to see Jupiter in Shitsue coming into conjunction with the North Node. So it's really important to watch. On one hand, we're going to see on a society that we're going to have people who are really focusing on honesty and integrity and life. We're going to see other people who are going to be telling us that we must make sacrifices, there must be concessions, that humans are bad, and that, there is going to be this power over us. And maybe this is like that new world that Dolores Cannon was talking about, that we're going to start to see the shift where there's going to be the split in reality, and we're going to make the quantum jump. And really the truth is that the future is undefined. If enough people give in to feeling like this doom and gloom, that will become our reality. If enough people make the decision to go, that's not my future, that's not my choice, then you're going to lean more into the North Node and Jupiter in Taurus, which is going to be focusing on ways to create more abundance for everyone. So don't buy into, don't play into these fear tactics, and don't give your power away, because there's definitely going to be some bullies on the global, schoolyard. All right, so on the 20th of the month, we're going to see Mars enter Leo, where it's loud and it's proud and it's boastful and it's walking around and it's got its shoulders back and its chest out, and it's very dramatic because it's moving through a solar fixed sign. However, similar to the Jupiter coming into a square with Pluto, as soon as Jupiter moved into Taurus, it squares Pluto at 0 degrees, and these planets move slow. Well, here comes Mars moving into Leo, which will oppose Pluto in Aquarius, and then start to come into a square with Mars Mars will come into an opposition with Pluto, which is, I mean, you got the two badasses of astrology. Mars wants to fight and Pluto wants to kind of tell you to walk the plank. That's war energy for me. I don't like saying that, but it's kind of what it is, especially in fixed signs. We're seeing Mars in a sign that is about creatives and younger people, and also, you know, it's kind of scrappy and it's reactive, opposing Pluto in Aquarius. So this is going to be, I think, people challenging authority structures and people challenging whether or not they can stand out and be on stage and say what it is that they feel like they have to say. So we're going to have Mars squaring Jupiter in Taurus. So it's inflaming this Mars energy. And Jupiter is also squaring Pluto. So essentially it's a fixed T-square. And if you're a Scorpio, you're really going to have fun with this one because it'll be a grand fixed cross. But Jupiter is going to be the focal point of this T-square. And I'll show you when I go through the charts. But essentially, now is the time for everybody to really focus on integrity. Okay, integrity is going to be a really important word. Because while there's all this noise and fighting and conflict and things going on at the end of the month, Jupiter in Taurus is saying be still, be calm, be knowledgeable, be grounded, think everything through. And if not, then Jupiter is just going to say, okay, you know, he's going to kind of rile up Pluto and Mars and try to get them to fight. So we need grounded people right now. Okay, I'll show you guys. It'll make more sense when I show you the chart. Ingresses for the month, obviously Venus will enter into Cancer, so I'm excited for that, especially if you have a natal Sun, Moon, or Rising in Cancer, bringing more harmony, relationships, and stability your way. If you have a natal Venus in Cancer, you will be experiencing a Venus return pretty soon, so that's a time to really pay attention to your resources in your love life. You have that return once a month. On the 16th, like I said, Jupiter will enter Taurus. Jupiter only spends about 1 year, give or take, in each sign. So it's been 12 years since Jupiter has been in Taurus. It will be in Taurus for the rest of this year. It's only going to go to about 14 or 15 degrees before it retrogrades later this year. And then it'll, you know, stay in Taurus really for the rest of 2023. So that's all you need to know for right now. If you want to know more, watch my Jupiter in Taurus video. I take you through all the most important aspects. Great if you have a natal Jupiter in Taurus, it's your Jupiter return, so it can be a very lucky period for you throughout this transit. If you're a Taurus Sun, Moon, or Rising, this is also going to bring more expansion your way and perhaps even more abundance. On the 20th, Mars enters Leo, and like I said, loud and proud. Mars is going to spend roughly about 2 months in this sign before moving into the sign of Virgo. And it'll get really interesting, especially over the summer, as both Mars and Venus are in Leo, because it's going to feel very romantic and kind of star-studded, and there's going to be lots of passion and drama because it's going to square Jupiter. It's also going to square Uranus. So right out the gate, the Mars ingress chart is like, it's kicking in the door. It's like, I'm here to like screw stuff up. And it's a time where we really got to watch the egos. Okay, I really want you guys to think about that, because that's where we're going to kind of get into some trouble, is if we're throwing a tantrum, right? Because sometimes Mars and Leo can do that. Then on the 21st, we're going to have the Sun entering into Gemini. So we spend the first part of this month with the Sun in Taurus. So if you are a May Taurus, happy birthday to you. I hope it's a good one. And then on the 21st, we see that Sun enter Gemini, and then we're in Gemini season. And the truth is that things get a little easier. You know, as soon as the Sun goes into Gemini, it's immediately going to start trining Pluto. So there's an opportunity to have some profound change. We're also going to see that there's going to be, you know, quite a bit of support from other planets. Saturn is moving along, so we aren't met with the beginning of Gemini season with the Sun immediately squaring Saturn. So there's some nice stuff that's going to be kind of taking place. Moons for the month, other than the full moon lunar eclipse in Scorpio, so mark your calendars for that, a couple days before, a couple days after. It'll be happening on the 5th of May, so if you celebrate Cinco de Mayo with the oppositions to Uranus, just be very careful. I can see a lot of people overdoing it, doing some crazy things, you know, being in some dangerous situations. Just really be mindful of your surroundings if you're going out, if you're in the States, if you're celebrating that, or if you're in other parts of the world celebrating that, because there could definitely be some like hot, messy meltdowns. And then we have a new moon that's going to be in Taurus, and that is going to be taking place later in the month. Actually, how do I not even have the how do I not even have the date for that? Okay, I apologize. Give me 1 second. Give you guys the date for the new moon. So the thing about this particular new moon that I want you guys to be aware of, there we go, is that it's going to be at 28 degrees of Taurus, and just kind of, maybe this is the useless file, but it's very similar to the lunar eclipse that we had in 2021. Okay, so right around the 19th of November in 2021, we had a lunar eclipse in Taurus. So the moon was exalted in Taurus. It was a full moon. The sun was in Scorpio. And that was the very first eclipse that we had in the series of Scorpio and Taurus eclipses. So the fact that it's coming back to a similar degree within less than a degree is interesting. We may see some similar themes. If you guys remember in 2021, in the fall, that's right when the stock market started going kind of haywire and things started dumping. So I think we're going to see some similar aspects with that. And it's going to be conjunct a star called Algol, which is about alcohol, spirits, attachments, losing our head, situations where we're feeling like we're just like possessed and like the exorcist. So there can be a sense of people just like losing it, you know, or like going crazy about something that's going on in the world, especially financially. At the time of this particular new moon, Venus is at least relatively in a trine with Saturn, so there's some support. But Mars is at 29 degrees. The new moon is conjunct 29 degrees. We're seeing some anaretic stuff that's setting up, which feels kind of crisis-oriented. So it will be right on the heels also of Mars changing signs and opposing Pluto. Basically, even though new moons are generally positive, this one makes me feel like kind of like nails on a chalkboard. Please be very, very careful and very mindful during this new moon of just the energies that are around, because I get a little iffy with Algol. On one hand, you know, it is connected to Medusa, and you know, Medusa was beautiful and she was mistreated and attacked, and then she was made into be like this like horrible monster. But on the other hand, this particular star, and when we see aspects relating to the star, we can see neurological issues, we can see psychological issues, we can see issues with you know, mental health, and unfortunately this is a star that is associated with suicide. So if you're having a difficult time emotionally, mentally, if you need support, please reach out for help. Don't be leaning into substances, because actually that can kind of open us up and make us more susceptible to having lower vibrations. Really what's going on right now, and as much as I hate to like, I'm not even going to say I hate to sound like Tucker Carlson, but like, God, I love him with some of the stuff that's been going on in the world. I love all the people that are speaking out and speaking their truth. We're kind of in like a spiritual warfare. Okay, that's what's going on. There is this battle between light and dark, not to get biblical on you, but we are going to see that darkness is going to thrive on lower vibrations. Anger and resentment and frustration and combativeness and anything that's going to be negative. That is what they want. So we want to combat those energies by raising our vibration, whether that's praying or setting intentions or mantras, or if you like to have peaceful, calm music playing, if you're trying to do your part to help support this shift in consciousness so that way we can see the scales tip in the favor of the light, that would be ideal. So we don't want to do anything that's going to lower our vibration, right? So be mindful of what you're consuming, be mindful of who you're around, what you're watching, all that stuff, because that is going to definitely have an effect on all of us. Okay, so I'm kind of moving my screen around here. Sorry, guys. I should have known when the new moon is. So it's going to be on the 19th of May. I guess you were like, okay, get to the point. So we're going to have the lunar eclipse on the 5th, and then we're going to have the new moon in Taurus. That will be on the 19th of May. All right. That leads me now to my next slide. So we can finally get to the horoscopes. If you guys want to know more, stay tuned. The last Sunday of every month, I do the month in advance, and I talk to you guys more at length about all the other transits. This is just what I'm going to be touching on for each and every one of the 12 signs. So this will be the May 2023 12 rising sign horoscopes. As always, I'm a tropical Western astrologer. I see so many people who are like, what about sidereal? And what about Vedic? I'm not a Vedic astrologer. I use Vedic techniques. That's why you might see that some of the stuff I'm telling you resonates with some other astrologers. And I will be showing you guys the whole sign predictions for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. You'll see me pull up the chart. I'm going to kind of draw on some stuff and talk about how things are going to be playing out for you. And I will be going through that list of particular transits that are going to be taking place. So you may want to go back, take a screenshot of that, and you can put that into your, your calendar, or if you have like a weekly calendar that you work with. If you're looking for an astrological calendar, if you still need one, check out my website. I have a digital one. It's on sale. I also have a printed version with all kinds of recommendations beyond just the transits that will be taking place that you need to be aware of. So if you like to work with crystals or stones, if you like to work with incense or herbs, I've got you covered. I make all those recommendations. If you like Placidus, if you use Placidus like me, in my one-on-one sessions, that's what I use is the Placidus system. Then I would recommend listening probably to 2 rising signs. So you might need to listen to more than one, or you need to look at the specific degree if I give you the degree of what's going on with the transit. So it may not hit for everybody. Sometimes I see the comments. For the most part, I think it's helpful. And worst case scenario, just look up your time, date, and location on a birth chart calculator, and you're going to be able to see your rising sign. That's in the 9 o'clock hour. For my predictions, I always recommend, to get the most out of my predictions, listening for your rising sign first, because that's going to tell you literally where some of these transits are going to be happening in the ascending order. Then you can listen to your sun sign horoscope. That's going to be more about your personal happiness, maybe even your career. And you can also listen to your lunar sign as well, because that'll talk about what you need on an emotional level. Especially the fact that we're having a lunar eclipse this month. It may be a good idea to listen to your lunar horoscope so you have an idea of how that may impact you emotionally. Okay, with that being said, let's go ahead and get on with it. Let's get into the 12 rising sign horoscopes. All right, so this is going to be for the Aries and Aries rising horoscope. Welcome to May of 2023. I hope you're doing well, Aries. Let's take a look and see what's going on for the month ahead. I want to start first with the transit that's actually going to be taking place on the 1st. And on the 1st is when you're going to see the Sun and Mercury come into a cazimi. It'll be in your 2nd house, okay? So this is where you're going to have some kind of insightful information that's going to pop in, possibly about money, resources, spending, or maybe even like an investment of sorts. It really depends on your individual charts. So the 2nd house is about your possessions, and it can be about spending. It can be also something in regards to a change that's happening with your diet, or maybe even your schedule. Like I said, it depends on each individual chart. So Mercury rules your 6th house of habits, daily routine, and also work. And it also has connections to the 3rd house of communication, vehicles, cars, travel, transportation, or siblings. So the 6th house can also be connected to people who give you some kind of guidance. So it's possible that if you're working with like somebody to organize a business, or if you're working with someone to help you get on a budget, or maybe you have the idea to be like, okay, I need to work with an accountant, that might come up. If you've been missing like a document or a receipt or something in regards to spending, maybe you also just like catch something in your finances that you were not aware of, and you remedy it in some way. You may catch that you're double charged, you're overcharged, you're undercharged, or you missed a payment. So you want to watch for this as the transit's taking place in your 2nd house. It's interesting because, Mercury is about taking something apart or something kind of like breaking down during the retrograde. And when the conjunction happens, it's going to be with the Sun. So that's your 5th house lord. So it seems to me like you may have like an insightful idea about making money or about making an investment maybe, and kind of getting to the heart of like what it is that you truly value and what truly matters to you. It's a time to really focus also on your self-esteem, because the 2nd house has connections to that. Now also the same day, Pluto's going to go retrograde. So it's still riding the line between your 11th house of goals, friends, and associations. The 11th house is also the money that you make from your business. So you're reevaluating maybe your financial goals or your career goals and the money that you want to make. It's going to be only about a little bit more than a month, and then Pluto will retrograde back into your 10th house. So really do the work during this retrograde to reevaluate what your goals are, what you're afraid of when it comes to making changes in your career. When Pluto goes back into your 10th house, the nodes are going to square. So if you've been having like a standoff with a boss, if you've been like waiting for the best time to, quit a job, start a new job, make a change, like the universe may push you into that situation with the square in July. Really reap the benefits of all of these transits in your second house right now. Like now is a good time to like really crack down with a budget, like stick to it, be very clear about what your financial goals are and your worth. So if you are thinking about starting your own business, making an investment, going on and taking a risk on a new venture, you have the wherewithal to be able to do that. And I think right now you're organizing your spending or your finances to possibly make that possible. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see that Venus is going to enter into a square with Neptune and Pisces. So we're going to have Venus that's hanging out in Gemini. So it's before Venus changes signs. Sorry, I'm like having a moment. I can't move. I can't use my marker. I told you guys this, and the dial at the same time. So you guys are going to get the marker. So at the time, Venus will be hanging out in Gemini in your 3rd house. Bringing attention to maybe, relationships with siblings, relationships with neighbors. It can also be about transactions that you're making or things maybe that you're buying that look good online. Venus rules relationships and marketplace. It also rules your 2nd house of possessions. So be very careful, like buying something from someone, whether it's buying a car, buying a house, maybe it's somebody you meet on social media or on a dating site. Venus will be coming into a square with Neptune. Now, if you guys remember last month, we saw Venus come into a square with Saturn. So it's a similar situation where it's like, no, I said, no, I'm not doing it. And now Venus is going to square Neptune. So I wonder if somebody's like deceiving you. Maybe you're thinking about going on a trip and, you're looking at hotels, you're looking at Airbnbs. Just be mindful that photos can be deceiving and people may tell you what you want to hear and it may not necessarily be true. Please don't buy a car during this transit, especially with the Mercury retrograde. There can definitely be a sense of investing in things or wanting to pick things up that are going to be faulty or there's going to be a problem. Then on the 5th, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in Scorpio. So this will be a full moon in your natal 8th house. Now, when this eclipse happens, okay, keep in mind that Mars is still in your 4th house. So we've got an eclipse in the 8th, which brings completions, endings, some kind of conclusion, some big, decision, maybe in regards to your joint resources. Maybe it's like what you're releasing, what you're letting go of. The moon does have connections to your home, your family, and your emotions. And Mars is also debilitated in the same house. So there may be a sense of like some big completion for the family, some big decision for a relative, changes with the home, people moving in, moving out, trying to pay off a loan, trying to pay off a mortgage, or there's some sudden increase or loss of something that you're losing. Think back to intentions you were setting back in the fall of 2022. We planted a new seed with a solar eclipse that was conjunct Venus. And so I'm wondering if this is like now changes that are going on with joint resources, changes that are going on also with relationships. And, there can be a shift with somebody else's money. So sometimes we see eclipses bring up here where, a spouse is like, I got to quit working, or I got unexpectedly a bonus, or, suddenly having to scramble to pay for something. Scorpio eclipses are generally not easy. So just keep in mind that it's happening on the axis of your money and other people's money. And with Jupiter here and, a retrograde that's taking place, it's very clear that you're feeling like you're the one running the show. Like there's more responsibility for you financially than usual. And maybe that brings you more joy, more optimism, and maybe you're appreciative of that later in the month. But for right now, there can be some intensity revolving around losses, letting go, or saying goodbye to something or someone. So just be mindful that this can definitely bring some heavy emotions and some heavy moods. Then on the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Uranus in your natal second house. So the sun represents joy, vitality, life, maybe power when it comes to your resources, and it's going to conjunct Uranus. So there may be like a sudden increase, there might be a sudden expense, there might be, you know, out of the blue, some kind of financial goal. Looks like you might be making it happen. And the truth is like with the North Node and also Jupiter moving into your second house later in the month, the change may be sudden, but it might actually be really good. So be open to whatever it is that you're gaining. And it might be that a friend says, hey, like, let's start a business, I'll invest in it with you. It might be that there is some sudden fluctuation in growth in your income. But it's, once again, it's not expected because Uranus is out of the blue. Likely you've seen a lot of the fluctuation with the finances that have been happening throughout the Uranus and Taurus transit for the last few years. So this is like really showing where something's maybe about to kind of be on the upward swing. So that's really positive for you, although it's going to be kind of shocking. That's the feeling that I'm getting. The sun also has to do with like creative projects, investments in the stock market, children, or anything in regards to romance or lovers. So can be a day where it's like there's a sudden expense that you didn't see coming, you know, for a child, or, you know, you go out on a date and you're trying to impress this other person and you're like, oh, I'm spending a lot more money than I would have typically spent. So that's another way that that can play out. On the 13th, we're going to see Venus in Cancer, now in your 4th house, bringing more love and attention to your home, your family, your domestic zone. You may have a female relative coming to visit you, or there may just be a sense of like a partner beautifying and kind of sprucing up the house. Venus will form a trine to Saturn in Pisces. So, you know, kind of a mixed bag, right? Saturn is about perhaps one of your parents. It can also be about business related things or responsibility for things out in the world. Saturn's now in your 12th house, which means, you know, you need more downtime, more rest, recuperation, you need your privacy. And Venus is trining that. So I wonder, like, what's going on? Like, do you have an opportunity to meet with a meditation coach? Do you talk to a therapist? Are you bringing somebody in to feng shui your space? Is a partner saying, hey, let's change the lighting in a bedroom, let's meditate together, let's take a vacation, let's go to couples therapy? Something like that can happen because there is a sense of really trying to focus on keeping the peace and harmony at home while at the same time giving each other space and respecting boundaries and like working through issues that may be subconscious or things that are like a little bit more hidden. Regardless, Venus and Saturn in a trine is a nice aspect. Now, in some certain situations, this can be kind of coming also off of the recent eclipse in the 8th house, and there is a sense of having to sell a home or say goodbye to a relative, or there's perhaps maybe like some family issue where somebody transitions. Venus trining Saturn might be that you're finding out that you're inheriting something or that there's something that you're getting from a relative, or it might be like a belonging of someone's that you're going to receive. And it can be like art or jewelry or, you know, something that somebody wanted you to have that they've had in their possession for a long time. It can also be connected to property or real estate. Now, on the 14th of the month, Mercury goes direct. So Mercury is no longer retrograde in your 2nd house. So this sense of feeling like things are wonky financially is going to likely start to calm down, okay? Although later in the month, there's still some other aspects. But if you've been waiting to make a purchase, if you've been waiting to, you know, see the full effects of having made changes in your spending habits, in your work schedule, in your eating habits, right? You're gonna possibly start to see the effects now. Remember that retrogrades are times where we can do things that are temporary, especially during a Mercury retrograde. So if you've been trying to change your diet or trying to make tweaks in your spending habits, likely you're going to start to be able to see the effects of this now. And you're going to be more so in the clear to like buy cars, buy, you know, homes, to sign financial agreements, make investments, things like that. And then on the 16th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter enter into the sign of Taurus. So Jupiter moving into your 2nd house. It's going to play in a couple different ways for different people. Jupiter rules the 9th house, which is about education, philosophy, travel, and your, connection to optimism and a higher power. So for some of you Aries, having Jupiter in the 2nd house means that you're like, look, I'm willing to spend a little bit more money on having a nicer vacation. I'm going to get the first class ticket. I'm going to stay a little bit longer. I'm going to get the nicer accommodations. I want the richer, the finer foods. And maybe you're just kind of feeling like, okay, I've been working hard, I deserve it. On the other hand, you've had Jupiter in your 1st house for the last year or so, and now it's going into the 2nd house. And I'll just tell you, Jupiter in the 2nd house is going to have you craving sweet or fattening or rich foods. It's also going to have you thinking more about your self-esteem, your spending habits. You've got to be really careful because you're coming out of a retrograde where you're like, oh, I've trimmed the fat in my expenses and I've saved money and I've paid things off. And you might notice that then a paycheck comes in and you're like, oh, I have this money, I'm going to spend it. So Jupiter in the 2nd house is going to have you thinking about spending. It's going to have you thinking about eating. And it can be waves of things coming in that are good. You might just notice that more people are buying you flowers and, baking you cookies and all kinds of stuff. But there is a real significant shift, I guess you're going to say, where there is a more is more mentality, and it can get you into some trouble. So watch for that in the entire month, but I think you're really going to see it from this moment forward. Now, Jupiter going into Taurus may expand your resources, but it's coming into immediately a square with Pluto. So Pluto rules other people's resources. Pluto is in your 11th house of others. I could see some Aries and Aries risings being like, I won the lottery, and if you did, that's great. Send some my way. But it could also be like, look at my new car, look at my house, I got a raise, look at my, new bag, whatever. And you could get some hate online. You could have some friends that are like, can you believe that you're doing this? And people may not be celebrating your win. I hate to say that, but there could definitely be some conflicts and jealousy, some animosity with other people online. It might also be because there's this sudden shift in your resources, because maybe you're making more money from, something that played out well in terms of a business, that, now you're like, wow, now I've got a little bit more money to play with. It really depends. Be careful with mixing friends and resources. Be mindful that there can be changes of friends because of financial situations, and that, Pluto does represent jealousy or possessiveness or threats, right? And it's at 0 degrees. Now, maybe you don't immediately feel this on the 20th and you're like, the 20th came, nothing happened. Well, when we get to the 23rd, when Mars, your ruling planet, moves into Leo, on one hand, it's a positive transit because it's moving into a fire sign. So if you're early degrees of Aries, Mars moving into Taurus is going to trine some of your personal placements in Aries. So you're going to feel more action-oriented and motivated. On the other hand, I think that Mars opposing Pluto, so there's some kind of conflict that you're having with a romantic partner or an investment or just another person, right, is feeling kind of threatening. And somebody is saying well, I want a piece of the pie too, right? And it can be a romantic partner, it could be a kid, somebody who's saying, I want some as well. So Mars opposed Pluto is kind of scrappy energy. So getting into an argument with a friend or somebody online or a group or a community over what? Over money. So it's not a time to be talking finances or politics online with other people. There's definitely going to be a lot of inflated ideas and things that are kind of swirling around. And I would say please just avoid those conversations in social situations and online. When both Mars and Jupiter move into these signs, we're going to feel several days of having this grand fixed square. And it's happening for you in financial houses. So the good news is when we have these squares, it makes the wheel of the chart turn. So there is some new financial blessing, which allows you to maybe have more fun, and it allows you to maybe get out of debt or help a partner. But then there's also some major changes with friends or goals. Okay, so that's really the simplest way I can put it. Good for money, good for having fun, challenging for friendships, and not everybody is going to be your cheerleader. And just be mindful that It's not like a situation where, you know, simply put, Jupiter is the focal point of this square. Planetary wise, yes, I guess you could say Jupiter is creating some of these issues here. But actually, if you take into consideration the nodes, it's a grand fixed square. So it won't be until, you know, Mars leaves about 3-4 degrees, which will be several days. So the 21st through the end of the month of May, for all 12 signs, it's intense. Especially if you're a Mars or Pluto or Jupiter ruled chart. So because you are ruled by Mars, you're going to be feeling this. Just stay in your lane, focus on your own individual talent, focus on your own happiness, and try to keep the peace when at all possible. That's the best advice I can give you. So let's take a look at what the cards say. Today, I'm actually working with the Tarot of Prague deck. And we're going to see what the tarot says in terms of your card for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is the Moon card. Okay, so interesting because, I mean, that lunar eclipse is kind of like kicking the month off with just a lot of intensity about what's yours and what's other people's. So it can be referencing that particular full moon, but this also talks about what's going on subconsciously. We know that the moon is ruled by Cancer, right? And you've got Venus moving through Cancer and you've got Mars moving through Cancer. And I get this feeling that's like, look, you know, you might look around and go like, who can I rely on this month? Like who can I have security with? And it might actually be your family. It might be your roommates. It might be your partner. And you need the security and the stability of home. You've also got a lot of planets moving through the bottom part of your horoscope through you know, the second and also the fourth house. So that's about getting stable resources, home and family. So this might be a time to really pay attention to what's going on with the home and the family, or even mother figures, maybe mother's, you know, relatives and things like that. Or if you're a mom, right, it could be that as well. But the moon talks about all the things that go on in the dark that we don't see and stuff that can be more subconscious that we aren't aware of, and just some heightened emotions, right? Good luck. So we have got now Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, Taurus? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to May of 2023. If you happen to be having a birthday this month, happy birthday once again to you. The month is going to kick off on the 1st when we see the Sun Mercury Cazimi. That's going to be taking place in your sign. So if you're a Taurus rising, it will be happening in your first house. The first house is the body. The first house is you know, what we get up and we do first thing in the morning, okay? It can be also about your appearance. Now, Mercury rules the 5th house, which is about what you love, and it's about joy and self-love and happiness. It can also be about romance and drama. It can also be about children. And it also rules your 2nd house of money and possessions and anything in regards to security and self-esteem. So this will play out a couple of different ways for different people. For starters, the most general prediction I can make is that you're having to learn to invest in yourself, whether that's buying new clothes, taking yourself, you know, to the gym because you're really investing in your physical health and your appearance and your self-esteem. It can mean that, you know, you're just focusing on doing more of the things that bring you pleasure and things that you love. There can be some changes in your appearance. There can be some fluctuations in your appearance. And I noticed that Jupiter will be coming into your sign. So between a Mercury retrograde connected to your 5th, Jupiter in your sign, some Taurus, Sun, Moon, or risings may gain weight, fluctuate in weight, change something about their appearance, or get pregnant. It's very possible whenever we see retrogrades, it can be that you don't really know, and then all of a sudden you take a test and you find out, right? Or you find out that your partner's having a kid. That could be something else that's going on. I think that, you know, this retrograde, if you've been wanting to tweak or change something, or if you're wanting to get more creative with your style or how you express yourself, this is the retrograde to do it. And when the Sun comes into conjunction with Mercury, the Sun represents home and family. There may be a sense of having like an awareness of what it is that you want, where you want to live, what you enjoy, how you want to talk to your family, how you want to arrange your home. There can be this moment of just clarity and finding the right words, especially if you've been a little tongue-tied. The same day, we're going to see Pluto go retrograde in the sign of Aquarius. And so all month long, especially if you have a fixed rising sign, so you're the first of the fixed rising signs, within like the first like 4 or 5 degrees, it's intense. So you're going to be feeling, you know, some of these squares that are going to take place this entire month, which means you're going to feel like you're getting pulled in all different directions. The good news is that with the Pluto retrograde, you might see like a decrease of the pressure with your career. And you might kind of go like, okay, I have some time to work through some stuff, like things are going to calm down a little bit. Now in your chart, Pluto rules your 7th house of relationships. So if there's been any pressure that you've been going through in terms of your relationship with clients, business relationships, even marital partners, so if you're married or if you've got a committed relationship, you might find that there is a sense of like working through some of those issues and it's more behind the scenes and it's not as visible, right? Okay. But nevertheless, I still feel inclined to tell you that in the midst of that retrograde, you're still going to see quite a few squares and things that are going to ricochet. So, you know, yes, things are going to calm down with the intensity on the work front, but there's other things that are going to be going on all month long. Now on the 4th, we're going to see Venus and Gemini come into a square with Neptune and Pisces. So at this time, Venus will be hanging out in your 2nd house of money and resources, diversifying how you're bringing in money. Maybe it's been a good financial period for you, I hope. But obviously you're very sensitive to Venus aspects. Because Venus is your chart ruler, it rules your 1st house of the body and the 6th house of health and daily routine. Well, Venus being in the 2nd house, coming into a square with Neptune, has some concerns for making some investments or making some purchases on the recommendation of a friend. So, you know, Neptune's in the 11th house of others, groups, or associations. I could see somebody saying, hey, you know, apply to get into this group, you know, just send money and then submit your application and we'll get back to you. And then there's like crickets. I could see somebody saying, yeah, you know, go and see my beautician or my esthetician and you know, they're amazing, they're great. And you go to see them and then you come out looking like Cookie Monster because it looks nothing like the picture that you showed, you know, the beautician. Be very careful making investments, buying stocks or anything like that because somebody's like, oh man, you know, this thing's gonna go through the roof because nope. There's something off about the recommendation that's being made. And it can also be, you know, like a treatment, a beauty treatment because of the connection with Venus in your 6th house. It can also be like a really amazing aesthetic doctor or a financial consultant. Like I would avoid this recommendation like the plague. That's just me. Then we've got on the 5th of the month, a lunar eclipse full moon in Scorpio. I'm pleased to announce that this is the last lunar eclipse. This is the last eclipse in Scorpio period for 9 years for you. So to my Tauruses, there's been a lot going on with your relationships to other people. And, you know, the 7th house isn't just your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife. It's your business partner. It could be your clients. It's just how you interact with people in general. It is the house also of open opposition. So it's not unusual when an eclipse like this hits where there's somebody who's kind of challenging you. Now, an eclipse is always dramatic. It's completing something. So there's like a cycle that's been going on since the fall of last year. And now you're getting ready to kind of close that door. So you want to think about what you've been working on ending in relationships. If you've been trying to work with a partner to end bad habits or you've been going through therapy, you can feel like you're finally kind of turning a corner. If you are not in a relationship, it can be a really prominent time where you meet somebody and somebody comes in because this is highlighted energy in the 7th house. The thing is that what you've been learning with the eclipses in Taurus and the North Node through your sign is more focus on you, your body, your needs, less on other people. If a relationship comes or a relationship stays, awesome, but that's not really the focus. And you've got a couple more months of having the North Node in Taurus, so it's really all about you right now. I'm wondering with the retrograde if you've been having some issues communicating with other people or maybe you've been feeling like you need space. Just be mindful that, you know, this eclipse can kick up some real dirt between you and another person, especially for relationships that have already kind of been on the fritz, Taurus, like, you know, all of these planets in your 1st house, and then we're going to have the eclipse in the 7th in opposition to Uranus is going to bring up a bit of like a power struggle, maybe between you and another person. It can be somebody at work because Uranus does rule career, but it can also be like feeling like there's a bit of a back and forth between what you need and what a partner needs. So do I see endings of relationships with these eclipses? Yes. Does that happen for everyone? No. And what's interesting is at the time of the eclipse, we are going to see that the ruler, Mars, will be in a trine to Neptune. So it looks like you'll be able to get advice and talk to a friend about something. And you'll be able to kind of like, you know, get some solid feedback from somebody who can kind of support you if you're really kind of going through some challenges with your partner. But like I said, it's easier if you're not partnered. If you're not partnered, it can be that you meet someone. It can also be that you finally release or you let somebody go that you've been in a relationship with. So sometimes I see people like dump their therapist with these transits. Sometimes I see people say, that's it, I'm done with my manager. So it's not limited purely to just romantic relationships, okay? All right, so then what we're gonna have is on the 9th, the sun will conjunct Uranus in your sign in the first house. So this is like a don't tell you what to do day, okay? If you remember, if you go back to last year, we had like Saturn that was in your 5th house, and we had eclipses in your 7th, and we had Uranus in your 10th, and you were really not digging, feeling like you were being controlled, right? In relationships, at work, whatever. So this is similar energy because the sun conjunct Uranus is this awareness of needing to be set free, needing to leave a situation, needing to, you know, go your own way. So you're going to feel like, oh, I'm going to Jerry Maguire my way out of here. Here I go. Or you're going to be more likely to be like, I can't take this anymore. I'm having a nervous breakdown, or that's it. You know, I'm going to go and pierce my nose or get the tattoo. You know, there can be some sense of really wanting to show, just being a little bit more true to yourself. And, you know, there can be a lot of nervous tension. Now, in the first house, it's the body, so you may act a little erratic. Be careful with anything that's going to be like having caffeine or stimulants, because you're already going to feel like you stuck your hand in a light socket. The sun rules your 4th house of home. So I feel like this can be a time where you just get into it with a relative, you go back and forth with a family member, there's some shocking event, and you're just like, I need to remove myself from this situation, or I may need to move. And I'm wondering if this is also coming with the oppositions to the eclipse in your 7th, okay? So you're gonna be feeling like a little cagey. Really pay attention to your body, ground your energy, work with crystals, go out and be out in nature, you know, walk around on the beach, do something that's gonna help you kind of neutralize and kind of calm down. That's the best advice I can give you. And try not to act too rebelliously. All right, so then we're gonna have on the 13th, Venus in Cancer. In your 3rd house, it's going to be making a trine to Saturn in Pisces. So Venus in the 3rd is love from neighbors, love from siblings, you know, opportunities for short distance trips. I'm wondering if you're reading books on health and healing, because Venus is connection to your 6th. Self-help or anything like that. And it's trining Saturn. So it tells me that maybe you're like looking at going on a trip with friends, you know, going and spending time with them, reaching out, telling them how much, you know, you care about them, you appreciate them, giving or getting advice from them, or maybe planning a trip with a female relative or a friend. So that's one way that can play out. Definitely words have a lot of meaning, and there can be a lot of support that's coming from a friend letting you know how lovable, how valuable you are, or vice versa, one of the two. Then on the 14th of the month, Mercury goes direct in your sign. So yay, the Mercury retrograde's over. You will definitely feel probably like you're having more clarity, and that you're more open to communicating and sharing what's been on your mind and telling somebody what you think, or finally moving forward and making a decision with clarity about what you want to possess, what you want to buy, what you love, what you're investing in. Or you're finally ready to like say something. So maybe you've been holding back in sharing some kind of news, and you're ready to finally like tell the world like, woo, this is my, you know, this is my message. This is what I've been like holding back. Then on the 16th, we're going to see Jupiter enter into your sign. So this is wonderful because Jupiter in a way is really protecting you. Jupiter is saying like, okay, it's time to start a new cycle. It's time to really embrace change and transformation, because Jupiter rules your 8th house of change. While change may be scary, I want you to replace fear with excitement. That's what's really going to get you through this transit. I think it's also about having a little bit of optimism about, you know, going through a new phase in your life. I'm wondering if it's about moving. I'm wondering if it's about leaving a relationship. I wonder if it's about relocating. Like there's something going on there where you're like, okay, here goes nothing. Like I'm really having to embrace this shift. For some of you guys, once again, the Jupiter transit can be an indication of like pregnancy and how that's really changing the way that you look at your life moving forward. Now, as soon as it moves into your sign, it is bringing all that positivity, but it immediately starts coming into a square with Pluto. So even though this is a positive change for you and a shift for you, it may dramatically shift something about your work, something about your career, your public reputation. Pluto in the 10th house can definitely kind of kick the door in and bring an opportunity for you to get a lot of recognition for what you're doing. And Jupiter being in your sign as well, there's going to be a lot more people seeing you and maybe seeing how you're changing and you're transforming within your career. And for Jupiter to square Pluto, I wonder, like, how are people responding to this change? How are people responding to the shifts that are going on? If you make a public announcement about a change in a professional relationship or something new at work or a change in a romantic relationship, it may really be out there. So just be mindful of that. You're really trying to keep the positivity and you're really trying to keep this sense of wanting to shine a light on things that need to be dealt with, or maybe you feel the need to stand up to bullies or people at work who are kind of manipulative, or people who are, trying to kind of slight you, and you're like, that's wrong. And you're all about the moral high ground with Jupiter in your sign. The challenge is that Pluto's kind of the bully on the schoolyard, and it is at the highest position in your chart. So there can be a sense of things being said and things coming out that you're not totally thrilled with, or somebody is really kind of putting you on blast. So you're going to really be feeling like Pluto is, the kid with the magnifying glass that's kind of, trying to kind of get you any which way you can. And the key here is just to keep moving through it and to keep moving through some of these changes, and do not lose your sense of optimism, even if you get into it with power struggles with superiors. Then we're going to have on the 20th, Mars is going to move into Leo. So especially for you, Taurus, you're really going to feel this the last 10 days of the month, because Mars is going to move into your 4th house, So Mars rules your relationships, and it also rules things that are hidden and subconscious. And Mars comes into your 10th house, Mars comes into your 4th house, where it's kind of like, creating some drama at home. I've always said this to all the signs, so I'm going to tell you because it's your time. But when Mars goes through your 4th house, what you want to do is find something to work on. You want to find something to fix. You want to make a to-do list. If you've been meaning to change light bulbs and, fix things in your kitchen or clean out your garage or paint the deck, start working on things, because Mars needs something to kind of keep preoccupied. It's possible that there are some things coming up emotionally within the family or within a relationship that's like out of the blue that you didn't see coming. It's possible that there's some conflict about children or over children, or just arguing with a spouse, and so there is some intensity at home. It could be roommates or relatives as well. And when Mars moves into this sign, it's immediately going to start squaring Jupiter on your ascendant, opposing Pluto in your 10th house, and square the nodes. So it's like you're feeling like work, relationships, home are changing all at one time, and you're like, how do I navigate this shift? This is a lot for me. Take a deep breath, realize that it's only going to be like a 10-day period. You will get through it. But I think that Mars in opposition to Pluto, these are both planets associated with your 7th house. Like, there's going to be issues with relationships with other people. And you want to be able to let people go through their dramas and then be like, okay, are you done? Okay, great. What did we learn from this experience? All right, I'm on my own. Because it's all about you right now. And even if it feels like relationships or work or home stuff is kind of like falling all around you, they all have a connection to each other somehow, because they're all squaring each other. When in doubt, pray with Jupiter in your sign, and know that some of the changes that are happening are for the better. I promise. I know it's hard to see right now. Then on the 23rd, we're going to see Mars square Pluto, and that can be about the things that are, being cut off or changed at home and how it's affecting, your future. So Big energies all the way up through the end of the month. Try to hang in there. Keep in mind that new moon that we're having this month, that's going to be on the 19th, is in your sign. So that's a really great way to be able to sit down and really reevaluate, what do I want to change? What do I want to transform? What intentions am I setting for myself, right? New moon, new you. All right, let's take a look and let's see what the cards have to say. Whew. Well, the good news is that you will be victorious, because this is the Six of Wands. Homecoming. I wonder, with Mars going into your 4th house, are you going to see family? Is family going to see you? What's going to happen? Because there's this sense of at least being welcomed or welcoming throughout this transition. It may feel overwhelming. It might be about welcoming the change. It might be that if you're connecting with relatives, or if you're going back to your hometown, or there's something like that happening, you know, maybe you're traveling. Jupiter in your ascendant can have you traveling. There is a sense of being optimistic and feeling like you can overcome the situation. This is a card of victory, right? So it's not just like, oh, this will pass. It's like, no, I can handle this. Like, I will not just overcome this, but I'm going to thrive in the midst of some of these changes, and try to look at change as a positive thing. And being well received is another theme of this card. So if you're worried about like the eclipse in your 7th and Pluto on your midheaven, it's like, don't worry so much about what other people think, because to me it looks like you're going to come out the other side of this situation and not really have any issues with your reputation. It's just like, it is what it is. There's something changing. And so if you decide to make that announcement, people are going to have your back, even if you're anticipating that it's not going to go so well. Good luck, Taurus. I hope that it's a good month for you, sending you lots of good vibes. All right, so we've got Gemini and Gemini rising. Welcome to May of 2023. I hope you're well. If you're a May Gemini, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one. We're going to start the month off first with the Mercury Cazimi. And this is important because the Cazimi really highlights your chart ruler, because Mercury rules your chart. So when there are Mercury aspects, retrogrades, things like that, you feel it a little bit more strongly. So with Mercury Cazimi in the 12th house, we've got your 1st house Lord Gemini, and we've also got your 4th house Lord of Virgo in the 12th. Watch for a secret, watch for a dream, watch for some kind of insight that you get. You may find like a secret message. You might get a message through a dream, through a psychologist, through meditation, or just out of the blue, there could be a download. Communicating and talking to a sibling or a relative about something that's kind of going on, or just having a really strong intuition. It is possible that somebody says something to you and says, please don't say anything, or, you know, this thing is going to happen, but nobody knows yet. Regardless, like, you're super tapped in with the universe throughout this transit. Pay attention. The same day, we're going to have Pluto go retrograde in the sign of Aquarius. So Pluto is in a fellow sister sign. It's in your 9th house, transforming something about your beliefs and perhaps even what you're learning or where you're traveling to. Pluto rules your 6th house of service, health, and organization. So I feel like you're reviewing, you know, what is healthy, what isn't healthy. You know, you're reviewing how you can be of service and kind of be helping the world, or putting the finishing touches on something that you're studying, or getting a degree in some way. Sometimes with the 6th and the 9th house, I also see like legality and like lawsuit related things. So this can be a sense of reflecting on that, or things slowing down. There can also be changes in regards to your travel plans, or maybe even your educational plans that you did not see coming. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Venus in your sign. So Venus will be moving through your 1st house of self. All about beauty and attention, and anything in regards to love and receptivity, is coming into a square with Neptune. So this is kind of interesting, because Venus in the 1st house is nice. Neptune is definitely like superior. And Neptune does rule your 10th house of career. Venus has connections to the 12th house and the 5th house. One thing I would say to be really careful is like how you're presenting yourself at work. Venus in the 1st house can have you more flirty and kind of sexy. And Venus being connected to the 12th house can be like sending pictures or kind of taking photos or videos of yourself at work, and flirting with people, and like whether or not like a superior or a boss or somebody sees that and they're like, what are you doing? Like, why are you on Snapchat at work? They could also be saying to you like, you know, that's not really appropriate dress code, or, you know, do you want to reconsider wearing that to work again? You can get some feedback that's not so pleasant about your behavior or your appearance. The positive is that I look at this and I'm like, wow, what a great day to like, you know, really play dress up, or like really want to play the role. Like if you need to take headshots, like professional headshots, and you want to have a couple different looks or something, because Neptune can be about illusions, and really kind of, you know, put on this persona where you've got the suit and the jacket, or like whatever you're doing. If you're an artist, you might be feeling very inspired to really present something to the world that's beautiful and kind of etheric and different. There are positive ways to use this square when it's got Venus in your position. Just watch out for flirting at work, flirting with customers. You know, if you're getting caught on your phone and stuff, you're gonna kind of get nailed by a boss, and they're gonna be like, "What are you doing?" And they will kind of call you on your behavior. On the 5th of the month, we're gonna have a lunar eclipse full moon in Scorpio at 14 degrees. So that is going to be happening in your 6th house of health, daily routine, and coworkers. So once again, the theme of stuff relating to career and work comes up. Now, sometimes when I say these eclipses, there can be like kicking a bad habit. So if you're like, I'm gonna quit smoking, I'm not drinking, I'm quitting sugar, I'm getting back to the gym, or maybe you've been doing these things since the solar eclipse in Scorpio in the fall of 2022, now you're seeing the results. Quitting jobs, starting jobs, getting jobs, hiring somebody, getting, you know, health results. These are all things that we see with a full moon in the 6th house. The challenge is that, you know, the axis of the 6th house and the 12th house is a difficult one, because the 6th house is about our physical routine and the 12th house is about our mental state, or it can be about what's going on behind the scenes. So like usually with eclipses in the 6th and then a retrograde in the 12th, I see people go, I'm sick and calling into work. I'm taking a mental health day. I'm going through it. You know, I need some tests. So now I'm spending some time at the hospital, right? Obviously, touch wood. But that's kind of the stuff that I see. So it's interesting throughout this transit for all of the 12 signs, we have an eclipse on one end and then the retrograde on the other end. So we see how the physical changes and rearrangements actually really impact us a lot emotionally and vice versa, especially in your case. Just be careful. Watch out for issues with coworkers, scheduling changes. These things can happen. You know, at the time when we have this eclipse, the ruler is going to be debilitated in the sign of Cancer, and it's going to be in your 2nd house. So it can bring changes to your schedule, which impacts the way that you're spending or making money. So watch for that. Then on the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Uranus at 18 degrees in the natal 12th house. Now, the sun is all about the 3rd house of the mind and communication and siblings, and sun conjunct Uranus in the 12th house makes me feel like you're kind of having like a dark night of the soul, or that you're having a breakthrough or some really prominent feelings or intuitions or dreams. It's a great time for like traveling. It's a great time for studying and anything in regards to, you know, spiritual development. But Sun Uranus in the 12th house is like, it feels kind of caged in. It feels very anxious. It feels like it's picking up on the things that are going on in the world, and you're having trouble sleeping and you feel like a live wire. My advice is, you know, try to take walks or ride a bike or something to get rid of that energy during the day so you can rest better at night. Journaling can be really helpful for you as well. But there is like a lot of kind of in your head reclusive energy with a retrograde and also this conjunction in your 12th house. It is likely that there can suddenly be an ending of a situation that you did not see coming. And I want you to really pay attention to things involving siblings, particularly male siblings, neighbors, conversations that you're having with you know, friends and stuff, where something just kind of comes out of the blue. Or if you're having some of these issues and you need to talk to somebody, I really encourage you to do that, because it's just part of the retrograde and the stuff that you're moving through with the 12th house that will pass. On the 13th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Cancer trine Saturn in Pisces. So Venus will be hanging out in your second house, where it's very happy. It's good for money. It's good for resources. And it's in a trine to Saturn. So let's say you are going through some stuff and you're like, I've got a crisis. I need to take a couple days off for me, for my family. I'm going through a situation. You know, maybe you're sick. Venus trine Saturn is like a boss being like, don't worry, it's fine. Work will be here when you get back. You're good. We've got you. Take care of yourself. Right? Listen, if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. I know Saturn's in your 10th house right now. I know you're feeling the pressure work-wise, but the truth is that you have to take care of yourself first. And if something's not right physically or mentally right now, it's not going to do you any good if you're stressing out about it and worrying about money and worrying about work. Take care of yourself first. Just trust me on this. Work will be there. Finances will be fine. You're good with that trine. Then on the 16th of the month, we are going to see, on the 14th of the month, we're going to see Mercury go direct in Taurus. So the Mercury retrograde is over on the 14th. We'll feel a little bit on the back end with the shadow, but still, I mean, you know, it's good news for you because you're ruled by Mercury. So maybe you're feeling a little bit better when Mercury goes direct on the 14th. You're coming out of like that kind of slump. So maybe you've taken a day or two to just rest and recuperate. You're also going to find that it's really allowing you to feel like you can kind of come out of your shell again. Maybe when Mercury's in your sign, you're gonna feel better. And when the sun's in your sign, you're gonna feel better. But because Mercury also rules your home, I wonder if you're just like down in bed, or you're, you know, working through a family issue, or you're working through a counseling issue, and, you know, finally you have that breakthrough and you're like, okay, like now I'm actually feeling better. Then what we're going to see on the 16th is Jupiter is going to enter Taurus. So Jupiter is going to move into your 12th house, right? There's a ton of energy in your 12th house, which is, you know, it can be self-undoing, right? It can be bad habits. It can be kind of like a breakdown of a situation, but it can also be very spiritual, and it can be amazing if you're going and spending time alone out in nature. I really recommend that with this chart. I think it's going to help you if you need a little bit of time away. Working with herbs, working with crystals, working with aromatherapy, and massage maybe even might be really good for your particular transits. Now, Jupiter rules career, right? And Jupiter also rules relationships. So when Jupiter goes in the 12th house, there is a sense of feeling like you have cosmic support from relationships, or cosmic support from therapists, or maybe bosses or support at work. Jupiter also in the 12th house might be allowing you to focus more on traveling or studying or getting, you know, or completing an education. Maybe you're working more behind the scenes. Maybe you're like, hey, I'm still sick, but I'm working from home. I'm working from bed. Maybe you're traveling and you're in another country, and a lot of the work that you're doing is on location. I wonder if some of you guys are going to be seeing a completion of a cycle, because at some point with the Jupiter transit in the 12th, we do see like a completion of a cycle. So some people decide, you know what, I'm retiring, I'm not working anymore. Some people decide this relationship is done. Jupiter will be there all year long, so it doesn't have to happen right now, but I do think with like a retrograde and also the conjunctions to Uranus there, it's very clear that there's something that's wrapping up, right? And so maybe it's just representing all of these fears that you have about money and resources, because it's all ruled by Venus. But Venus is in the second house with the trines to Saturn and then eventually Neptune. So it's making you realize like, no, I've got everything that I need. Like I'm okay. It's just I'm working through some stuff right now. When Jupiter comes into Taurus, it's immediately going to square Pluto. Okay. And this is a little difficult because it seems like you're having to maintain the faith and be more positive and optimistic about some kind of change or transformation about your belief system, or change or transformation about education, or there can be some sudden changes with travel. I mean, that can happen with this square. Then we're going to see on the 20th, Mars is going to enter into Leo in your third house. And this might have you going, okay, well, I can't fly, so now I got to drive, right? Or, you know, Mars is where we take action. So action in regards to work, action in regards to goals. And this Mars opposed Pluto, square Jupiter, and also square the South Node is creating a grand fixed cross for everyone. It's weird, y'all. I mean, having Mars square the nodes means, you know, do we fight? And having Pluto square the nodes means, you know, is it to the death? I hate to say that, but it's like, ugh. So the positive, because there is positive, is that, you know, you're going to have the sun that's going to be in your sign later in the month. And it's going to start trining Pluto. So you're like, okay, I gotta, you know, use my words, communicate, I gotta take action, I gotta do something. So you want to lean into that sun trine Pluto that's going to be playing out in your sign. I also think that it's really positive to have, you know, Mars and the sun in a sextile to each other, right? So there is this sense of being able to be like, okay, you know, here I am, I'm showing up, I'm taking action, speaking out, communicating, sharing, bringing people together. It might incentivize you to feel like you're going to start writing something or that you're going to travel somewhere. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. But if you're only listening to this horoscope, everybody's going to hear the same thing. So it's going to be intense for everybody. It's not just for you. And I would just say pay attention, because the last 10 days of the month is rather intense. But thankfully, you're going to have some supporting energy from Pluto that's helping you go through a change of a belief system or a change of faith. Mars being in your third house, I think, is going to have you also thinking about, okay, I need to get active. I need to start walking. I need to start cycling. I need to start writing. I need to start sharing. And maybe you're doing this with other groups of people. The downside is you might have a conflict with a neighbor. You know, you're more prone to accidents also. So be careful with that while you're driving. You're also more prone to having conflicts with siblings. Okay. Let's see what's going on for the month ahead and what the tarot has to say for you, my Geminis. Oof. Card that I get is the Ten of Swords, which is an ending card. This is an ending card. It's like the, you know, like it's, you know, it's done. It's finally done. That's in the past. It's over. And it's hard to say, you know, Mercury being in the 12th house might be that you're realizing that, you know, you're done with some things on your own. You're like, I can't do this or that anymore. It can be with Jupiter being in your 12th house that you're having conversations with a partner about what's not working anymore, or your fears or your insecurities. Ten of Swords does have this feeling of there being an ending, but it's a painful ending, or it's something that you're like, okay, you know, I feel like I'm at a loss. There's really nothing I can do. So grief, mourning can come up with this card. But also feeling like finally there is some relief, because tens are about completion. So if you've been really telling yourself, it's time for me to let this go, it's time for me to end this thing, the universe is supporting that. It's not unusual when you have transits 2-3 weeks right before your birthday, because we've got all of these planetary placements, 12th house to your sun or your ascendant, that things naturally come to a completion, right? So something is ending. And it might bring up the fact that you love this thing that's ending and you want to possess it or you want to keep it, but you know you have to let it go. So I'm hoping that you guys go through this, you know, in a peaceful manner. Let me know what happens with some of these transits. And I'm wishing you guys a really happy month ahead. Take care of yourselves too. Okay, that's a challenging card. All right, so we've got Cancer and Cancer rising. Welcome to May of 2023. I hope you're doing well. We are going to kick off the month on the 1st with a Mercury Cazimi. So we've got the Sun-Mercury connection happening in your natal 11th house. What can this bring? An insightful conversation with a friend, somebody who follows you on social media that you haven't seen for a while, somebody you run into a party, becoming aware of your goals, right? So the 11th house is groups, networks, and other people. The sun represents what you possess, money, resources, and physical, tangible things. And Mercury has connections to the subconscious and what's hidden and communication. So what does it all mean if we put this together? Perhaps an unexpected text, phone call, conversation with a friend. Talking to a friend about a situation with, you know, them and moving, or them and a sibling, or letting somebody know where you've been. If there's been some breakdown in friendships, this is an opportunity to mend things and actually reconnect with people. So really pay attention to the calls, texts, the emails that are going in and out around this time, because there can be a breakthrough, and also becoming acutely aware of what your goals are and who or what it is that you value, and really being clear about how much you value those things. The same day, we're going to see Pluto go retrograde. So Pluto will be going retrograde in Aquarius in your 8th house. It's just been there briefly, going on 2 months. Not comfortable for Cancer risings, because it does create an inconjunct or a quincunx to your sign, so you guys have nothing in common. Pluto does deal with the 5th house of lovers, children, childhood, inner child, creativity, and it's going into your 8th, and now it's going to retrograde. So if there has been any bad habits, addictions, inner child issues, childhood trauma, broken hearts, bad habits, gambling habits, spending habits, things like that that are coming up, we're now reviewing, okay, what has to die off? What's ending, right? And it's also about an exchange that you have with other people, because the 8th house is other people's resources. So it's like the support maybe that you're feeling like you're getting emotionally, psychologically, or financially from other people. The list goes on. While Pluto is retrograding, you know, the good thing is that Pluto does very well in the 8th house. So you may not like this particular transit, but the fact that it's in the 8th house where it's comfortable is it's saying that it's kind of like not normalizing, but it's the introductory phase of getting used to change, transformation, and being aware of trauma, or being vulnerable, and being able to communicate and talk to romantic partners, children, therapists, you know, people about things that, you know, are difficult for you to manage, quite frankly. It will be moving back into Capricorn in June. So it can be that this is the after effects of difficult relationships, relationship trauma, separations, breakups, divorces. And I will tell and keep telling all of my Cancer risings that because Pluto's coming into your 7th house, because the nodes are going to square over the summer, if you have a toxic relationship and you keep going back, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. I don't like saying that, but you know, the nodes will square Pluto in the 7th house, which means that person needs to go through their detoxing. They need to stop trying to control things. And it can be a business partner, it could be a romantic partner, it could be a spouse, whatever, but do not be focused on changing them. Be more focused on changing yourself. And if you feel like others are coming at you and they're being controlling, or, you know, envious or jealous or possessive, do not let other people get in the way of you being in the driver's seat. Okay, a lot of the transits that are going to be taking place are about really feeling like you're in control of your life and your career, and you can't let other people sabotage that. Okay, I'm going to keep saying that over and over because I feel like you guys need to hear that. I also am looking at the 4th, when Venus in Gemini squares Neptune in Pisces. So Venus will, here we go. Venus will be in Gemini in your 12th house, and it's going to square Neptune here in your 9th house. So Venus in the 12th can be about completions and endings in relationships. It can be situations involving, you know, family members, relatives, mother figures. It can also be about love at a distance, love abroad. And the square to Neptune is like maybe feeling like you're questioning your faith in relationships. Maybe it means that you meet somebody who's a foreigner, or you meet them abroad and there's something kind of fishy or suspicious. Romanticizing or over-idealizing the idea of a relationship in a different place. Be very careful also here, because there can be like religious, spiritual scams. You know, putting money down on deposits for trips and retreats and things like that that may not be secure. I would just be a little cautious. I said this to all the signs, but be a little cautious here, especially like giving your money away to like a guru or a yogi or a therapist or an astrologer or a reader, because there could be somebody who could kind of take advantage of your vulnerability in the moment. And it's a time really, I think, with Venus in the 12th to just relax, recuperate, like, you know, just kind of unwind a little bit. It can be great for romance behind the scenes. But because Venus has connections to friends and family, and it's in the 12th house, there's a sense of being like, okay, I'm going through something, and like, where are my people? Are they even here for me? So there can be a little bit of doubt that can be coming up for you energetically. So just hang tight. On the 5th, we've got a lunar eclipse in the full moon in the sign of Scorpio. It's in a sister sign. So in theory, it's easier for you to manage. So I do think that it's going to really be more beneficial for Pisces and for Cancer. But nevertheless, the moon is still debilitated in Scorpio. So that does kind of bring up some drama, especially in the 5th house. That is a very dramatic house. A lunar eclipse is a completion. So if you go back to, the fall of 2022, we had a solar eclipse in Scorpio where we were planting new seeds and intention. And likely it was like about, oh, I, want to meet the love of my life, or I want to start this creative project, or I want to have a kid. And so now this is the completion of that, right? And that's because the 5th house rules these topics. So taking chances, falling in love, romance, having children, creative projects, gambling, self-expression, talent, being on stage. It's a Leo house. So especially if you're like a Cancer rising, like let's say anywhere between like 12 and 16 degrees, you will be experiencing trines to your sun, moon, or rising. And that's beautiful because it's also going to be in a loose trine to Saturn. So you will be experiencing a grand water cross, which is a grand water trine. Can you tell it's Mercury retrograde? A grand water trine because we've got, placements that are setting up in those degrees, which is super emotional, sensitive, empathic. It can be very psychic and just feeling very inspired and like renewed. One thing I would say is that it is going to oppose Uranus. So it's kind of like this feeling that the bottom fell out and that something like dramatic happened with a friend or with a romantic partner or with a child. It can also be a time where there is like a falling out with a friendship, and that's somehow kind of indicated through the retrograde anyway, okay? All right, so when we see lunar eclipses, full moons, high emotions, high intensity. I'm wondering, is it time to launch a project? Is it time to say, I love you? Is it time to have the baby? Is it time to finally put yourself front and center and show all of your, talent to the world, right? A lot of you guys are doing this anyway because you also have transits going through your 10th house about your career. Regardless, it can be really romantic and really magical for some of you guys, and it can be a time where you're falling in love with something or someone. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun come into conjunction with Uranus. And this will be in your 11th house. The sun represents possessions, money, and resources. Uranus represents death, endings, releasing, and letting go. So that conjunction is happening in your 11th house. So it makes me feel like there's a partner or a friend or a network, like somebody you know socially who's like, oh, I'm on hard times, I'm struggling financially. Or somebody, a friend of yours is going through a loss or a death or grief in some way, okay? And they're putting it out there and they're telling people. The other way I could look at this is that you meet a new unconventional friend, out of the blue, out of nowhere. They just kind of pop in. It can be a really lively party. It can be, a time where a friend is talking to you also about just the fact that they've been making lots of changes in their life and they've had lots of shifts in regards to their joint resources or their spending habits or whatever. And they're sharing some of this information with you and kind of filling you in on like what's been going on. And some of this stuff can be shocking. It's a time where I would just watch because you also are going to be very in tune with what your goals are. And it may be that you have a conversation or communication with someone and you're like, well, this is what I'm hoping to build and this is what I want to create, but like I need funding, and somebody goes, I would help you do that. And it's just like a light turns on and then you're like, okay, maybe we can make magic happen together. On the 13th of the month, Venus in your sign, okay, moving through your first house. So make sure you break out your cameras, take some pictures, take some selfies. All the beauty routines, changes in, appearance, new clothes, makeup. I mean, you can do all that stuff if you want because you're bringing more beauty in, more attraction in with Venus in your sign. Venus will trine Saturn. So this tells me that you're feeling loved, you're feeling supported, you're feeling more optimistic about some of the changes that you're making. You're learning to love yourself and trust yourself, and that's becoming part of your belief system, is that you can, anything is possible. You're gonna have to be like Thomas the Train this month, where it's just like, I think I can. You gotta keep going because it's gonna be a huge part of the shift in your demeanor and how you're looking at some of the changes that are happening, right? It might also be that, you know, there is a connection to somebody far away because Saturn rules relationships and it's in the ninth. So you either have like a teacher or a mentor, or there's a romantic connection of somebody who's traveling or they're in a different place, and then you guys like match and it's like, oh, this is amazing, but you live in a different area code. That can happen. But something about commitment and love and feeling more stable and secure is definitely setting up for you. And it's very positive with Venus being in your sign. On the 14th of the month, Mercury goes direct. So the Mercury retrograde is over. We're starting to calm down a little bit. Things are going to get a little bit easier. I do see this as a time where you can really stop and reevaluate what has happened, who has come back into your life, how your goals have changed. And you're maybe going to be feeling like a little bit better situated when it comes to your social life. For some of you guys, you've taken a break from social media. Maybe it's that you're coming back to social media, right? Because Mercury's connection to the third house, which can be about apps and communication, and your 12th house, and maybe you deleted a profile, then you come back. Maybe you've got people blocked and then you come back, right? That's another way that that can happen. So if you're wanting to move forward in having conversations or signing things or agreeing to things, you can then. On the 16th of the month, Jupiter enters Taurus. So we've now got Jupiter in your 11th house, which means it's bringing you more happiness, joy, abundance, opportunities when it comes to groups and other people. So I could see you like traveling with friends because Jupiter's connection to your ninth, traveling to go see people, going on trips with friends, focusing more on your goals when it comes to, connecting with spiritual groups, people in other places. Maybe you're joining new Facebook groups or new network groups online. Jupiter also has connections to your 6th house of work. So I'm wondering, like, are you putting it out there that you're healthier, you're back on your feet, you're working on yourself, you've got a new job, right? You can be sharing that with people. If you want to join groups about like gardening, cooking, art, acting, traveling groups, these are all wonderful groups for you, especially people who are astrology groups, because Uranus is in this house as well. So you might be meeting with people in other places. Right off the bat though, Jupiter comes into a square with Pluto. So you're like, I want to join this group, but it's going to cost money. I may not feel like I have the funds and I really want to do it, or, I have this opportunity to go and work with these people, but like I need some resources to be able to do it. So that's challenging. Maybe, you want to go on a trip, but you can't because it doesn't work with your schedule, right? Because Jupiter rules your 6th and your 9th, and you're like, I would love to, but I'm strapped for cash and I'm, in between jobs or something's changing and like, I'd love to do that, but I can't. And then Jupiter on the 23rd, will also be squaring Mars. Mars will move into Leo in your 2nd house. So you're focusing on working and making money, or spending money, depending on your situation. But Mars rules work. So it's like you're working hard, but you're making money. And this is going to be a little funky because we've got Mars is making money to appease Pluto, which is like paying people back or owing people money, paying off debt, right? And so this is uncomfortable for all 12 signs. I've said this to everybody. But Mars in the 2nd house, you want to watch out for spending and excess spending just in the sake of fun, or because you feel like you have to buy somebody a nice gift or you have to produce something for someone. And Mars opposed Pluto can definitely bring some heated exchanges with like insurance companies, with banks, and anything in regards to like loans and debt, and somebody being like, well, you owe this thing, or you owe in your taxes, and you're like, oh my God, like I have to pay this now. Like, how am I going to do this? So there can be some intense exchanges about your money and other people's money, including partners. So, this can be a partner being like, with the retrograde, like, I don't have as much savings, or I don't have as much, spending power right now. And you're like, oh my God, do I have to pay this? Because I've got something going on I want to do with friends, but now I wasn't expecting this expense. So you're going to kind of get pulled in a couple different directions. The last like 9 or 10 days of the month is the most intense, in my opinion, even in spite of a lunar eclipse in Scorpio. It's a quick moving transit, but nevertheless, pay attention. It is happening in financial houses for you. The 2nd house is your money. 5th house is where you take chances or investments. 8th house is about what you owe. And the 11th house is what you make. So the good news is I think you're going to be making more money or there's positive things happening career-wise, but just because you have it, the question is, do you spend it or do you pay back your debts? So let's take a look and let's see what the cards have to say for you, my Cancers. And as a reminder, the second half of this month, we're going to see the sun go into Gemini. So you're coming into that period of time where it's like the month before your birthday. For those of you guys who are June Cancers. And there is this sense of feeling like things are wrapping up and completing. Okay, so you'll feel this at the second part of May. So you might be feeling a little bit more private, a little bit more squirrely. That can definitely happen as planets go through your 12th house. The card that I get for you is the Six of Swords. So this is about transition, kind of moving on, being in limbo. The good news is that this is on to more peaceful, calmer places. So this can be about actual moves or movement, but this can also be like, I'm just getting back on my feet. I'm kind of recovering from something, whether it's a breakup or a change in your life, or you're going through some kind of something that you're learning to kind of like heal from. This can talk about travel, trips though, especially across water. This can also talk about the process of, you know, going from point A to point B. So it's like, there's a lot of like putting one foot in front of the other right now and reminding yourself that you can't get overwhelmed with like the end goal. So if you know that it's about launching a business or, you know, going through a divorce or paying a bill, like don't go from point A to point B immediately. Like there is a need for you to come up with a series of smaller goals so you're not getting overwhelmed, so you feel like you can actually go through this transition. But it does tell me that there are more peaceful, calm periods ahead for you, and things are going to get a whole lot easier. So let me know if you end up going on that trip with this particular card, because some of you guys might actually end up doing that. And I wonder if there's like a friend in a faraway place who invites you to come and visit, or somebody's going on a trip and they ask you if you want to tag along. Okay? Good luck, Cancer. I'll see you next month. We've got Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? Happy May 2023. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on for the month ahead. And just my brief warning, as I've really said this to all 12 signs, but it's going to be really intense for the fixed signs. Just hold on to your shorts, pay attention to what's going on right now, because there's some really big changes that will be taking place this month for you. We have got, on the first of the month, a Sun-Mercury Cazimi taking place in the sign of Taurus, and it's in your 10th house of career. So it's like returning to work, having something to say, making a huge announcement, like there being like this like big turning point when it comes to your career. Obviously, this is the halfway point in the Mercury retrograde. It's important because this is where Mercury will conjunct the sun, and the sun rules your chart. So if you're a boss, if you're a manager, if you're a CEO, if you're a parent, if you're a public figure, it looks like you're getting ready to make some huge announcement about something. And it's really prominent because it's at the top part of your chart. If you've been thinking about accepting an offer, launching a business, getting everything ready, or getting ready to like offer a new service or put more money into something, that would make sense. Because Mercury has connections to your 2nd house of resources and your 11th house of friends and gains. So you might be like boasting about all the new positive changes you're making in the office or to your business, and like how productive and lucrative it's really going to help you become, or how you're expanding. There's a Mercury retrograde here, so that can be the turning point where if you've been back and forth about launching a business, quitting a job, if you've been waiting to get word and hear back from a job interview or things like that, you may get some insight as well, especially if you're going through like a negotiation with a company about accepting an offer. Okay, so you might actually find that you're getting what you want, and then you have to decide what it is that you want on the Cazimi. The same day, Pluto's going to go retrograde in Aquarius in your 7th house. So first of all, so many planets in angular houses. I meant to say this to Taurus. I'm sure Taurus knows, but when you have so many planets in angular houses, like life gets really loud, right? There's lots of change happening. So where there's all this positive change and growth happening with your career and your public image and reputation, there's something that's also still changing and transforming when it comes to your relationships. Now, Pluto on or within your 7th house will retrograde back into the 6th. So there can still be like this sense of changing and transforming relationships and your work schedule, and how, because there's shifts going on with your relationships, there's got to be changes in your personal habits, your work schedule, or how you're working. And Pluto rules your 4th house of home and family. So I'm wondering if it's like, you know, you're going back and forth with a partner about the fact that you guys, you know, need to make a decision about your relationship, or, you know, it can feel like a time where the pressure is going to kind of calm down a little bit in a relationship. If you have felt like things are changing very intensely, very quickly, you might see that kind of, you know, subdue a little bit. But by the same token, there will be more intense transits later in the month. So I don't think it's going to be for very long. Pluto will retrograde really all the way until February of next year, like I said, and it's going to dip back into Capricorn next month in June. What I'm really looking at, to be honest with you, is like where, you know, kind of sidebar, like there's a lot of growth in your chart right now. And the growth is going to be through these transforming relationships and also your career, your public image. And you may feel a little scrappy this month and feel like you're, you know, more combative, or that you're kind of more feeling like you want to be in control and you don't want people telling you what to do, and you're having to kind of defend your reputation in some way, and you might have some people that kind of check you. These people, because Pluto rules your 4th house, could also be about your family, your relatives. And if you are in a situation where family's not jiving with romantic partners or vice versa, you might really start to see that come out. If you guys are not in a relationship, then Pluto's retrograde is like you reevaluating, like, do I want to get back in the dating game? Could I get married again? Do I want to meet someone? And it'll kind of ease the pressure a little bit in that department. On the 5th of the month, you're going to have a lunar eclipse in Scorpio. Okay, so this is a full moon in your 4th house. And when you have this, it's going to oppose your 10th house of career, and it's still in a square to your 7th. Now, that tells me that because of changes in relationships, there's changes with emotions, changes with home, and also changes with career. And I feel like you're kind of rearranging work in a way so that way you can have more time for your private life, or you can have more time for a relationship, or you know, feel like there's so many things going on work-wise that you're like, I can't deal with some of the drama within my relationship stuff. A full moon lunar eclipse is a full moon on steroids, and Scorpio is dramatic. So in the 4th house, buying homes, selling homes, moving out, big emotional purges, clean out your closet, clean out your garage. It can be a time where there's some drama with a parent, particularly like mother. It can be father, but it's in a feminine sign here. And I do feel like it's like cleaning out, you know, all the skeletons out of the closet also emotionally. Like the past comes back when we see eclipses in the 4th house, and we're reevaluating the past. At the time, Pluto's retrograde and Mars is actually in the 12th house. So it tells me that you're like saying goodbye to one phase of your life, saying hello to a new one. And it can definitely have you in your emotions and your feelings. There can be some crisis going on within the home or the family. And with Mars being in Cancer at the time in your 12th house when this happens, it can be about a female relative, like having some kind of health related issue and needing like rest and recuperation. Okay, so just watch for that. That is possible. Obviously, touch wood. Then on the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. So that's also really important because the sun is your chart ruler. It's going to conjunct Uranus, which means you're kind of putting yourself out there and being like, here's my new status in the world. And you really don't give a shit what other people think. You're going to be like, you know, I've created this new super team, and like, here's what I'm putting out there. Like, look at my, you know, my new business, and here's all of my staff, or here are the new people I hired, or surprise, I'm getting divorced, or surprise, you know, I'm now married, or I'm no longer an employee, I'm a CEO. This is a good change. This is a change that's been coming for a long time. If you think back to last summer when we had some of the Mars, North Node, Uranus stuff, I know a lot of Leo risings suddenly were like, I'm moving, or I'm divorced, or I quit my job, or I got fired. Now is when, this month on, is when you start to see why all that stuff happened, and it's because you're going so much further, like you're a superstar. I think the Sun-Uranus connection is probably doing something different in terms of your business and bringing on maybe like a partnership or a new person or people, a group, and showing that to the world. And, you know, part of being a good boss or manager, director is learning how to like delegate tasks to other people. And like, while I know you love to be the star, what you're learning is that you're going to have more time for yourself, more time for your private life, your relationship, if you're a part of a team or if you're helping guide other people so you don't have to do everything yourself, right? Okay, so that's great. But yeah, you can find that there can be some rebelliousness, some back and forth, some challenges at work that can happen too. So, you know, check the ego at the door. On the 13th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Cancer, trine Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is in your 12th house at this time, where she is a little bit more private, a little bit more passive. Yes, relationships can end here. That is possible. Venus rules the 3rd house of communication, and it also rules your natal 10th house of career. And I feel like maybe there's some stuff going on that's on your mind in regards to, like, you know, something changing with a relationship, or something changing with a sibling, or something going on with another person that's on your mind. And the good news is that even though in the 12th house it can be more challenging, that trine to Saturn tells me that it's bringing you peace. So, for example, Venus is sometimes a woman. So if you are struggling going through a breakup and you decide that you're going to go and book a therapy appointment, and you go and have an appointment around this time with a therapist, there may be a sense of somebody helping you work through the grief of being like, it's okay to let this go and not be angry and not carry that with you. It can also be a really great time for like going to retreats, being out in nature, going to spas, anywhere where you're going to get nurtured or pampered, because you're working through some stuff emotionally. But the trine to Saturn, right, which is in your 8th house, does seem to symbolize that there is a sense of like learning to be peaceful with letting something go. Can be people, can be situations, can be relationships. It just depends on you personally. And if you feel like you need some support, I feel like it's really important that you're taking care of not just your physical health, but your emotional and your spiritual health here as well. So, you know, massages and therapy and maybe going to a spa or something like that, just to kind of help work with the element of water so you can process some of this stuff and move through it more easily. On the 14th of the month, Mercury goes direct in the sign of Taurus. So no more Mercury retrograde in your 10th house. Maybe there's been scheduling changes, maybe there's been layoffs, changes at work, changes with bosses, coming and going. Things have probably felt like a little discombobulated. And if you've been going back and forth about a financial situation or an offer or agreeing to terms or, you know, trying to get people all online with something, things will probably get a little bit more stable. Keep in mind, there is a bit of a shadow on the back end, but still, it'll be a little bit more stable. And if you are waiting to accept a job offer, sign something, to launch something, that's okay. You can move forward from pretty much this date on, and things should be a little bit more clear. On the 16th, then Jupiter enters into Taurus, and this is what you've been waiting for. Jupiter is about your talent. Jupiter is about having fun, creativity. It's about children. It's about love and romance. It's about travel. And big changes out in the world. So, you know, Jupiter coming into the 10th house isn't going to expand your career. People are going to look to you for guidance. You're probably going to accept a higher position. It's possible that there's a big announcement that you're like, okay, well, this is what I'm doing now, and now I'm the boss, or I'm retiring, or, you know, in some cases, because of Jupiter's connection to your 5th, you're going public with something or someone you love. So you're like, look at my hobby I've been working on, look at my Etsy store. Or, hey, surprise, guess what? I'm going to be a daddy. Or just a lot of pride with something that you've been creating that you're getting ready to put out into the world. What I think is cool is that we're going to see Jupiter get really close to the North Node. And to me, it's like, it's very spiritual. Like, this expansion that you're going through is very spiritual, and you're realizing that it can bring you a lot of recognition. It can bring you a lot of abundance. But also, once again, it's like you have a lot of planets in angular houses, so you're very visible, so just be ready for it. Now, the day that happens, we're going to see that Jupiter is going to square Pluto. So even though there's all this yummy, expansive energy, the square to Pluto might be, you know, people publicly not being so positive, or people kind of, you know, hashing some stuff out with you. You know, Pluto can be kind of gnarly. So while you're on top of the world here, clients, romantic partners, business partners, may not be so thrilled about whatever announcement you're making, or other people that you're bringing in some way. Pluto is going to bring out all the crap from the past. So there can also be a lot of hashing things out publicly about the past, hashing things out with relationships very publicly about the past. Be careful here. It can get kind of messy. And the 7th and the 10th house are about fame and reputation. So lots of visibility with what you're doing here, Leo. On the 20th of the month, Mars enters your sign and you're like ready to take people on. And this is where I want to tell you, please, 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 please take a deep breath, count to 10. The last 10 days of the month or so, they're going to test you. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you the truth. Because Mars is in your sign. So you're going to really benefit by having an outlet. If you need to get a punching bag, if you need to go and work out, if you need to go for a run, if you need to travel and get away and have some space, unless you're like an attorney or a professional fighter where you have an outlet regularly, you're going to need to find one. Mars goes through your sign once every 2 years. Okay, so what's unusual is the configuration of some of the aspects that are taking place. It just so happens that Pluto is at, 0 degrees of Aquarius, and Jupiter is going to be about 0 to 2 degrees Jupiter is going to be about 0 to 2 degrees of Taurus. And then here we have the South Node. So if you want to get technical, Mars will be squaring Jupiter and opposing Pluto, and it's going to make a T-square involving Jupiter, which means some kind of huge public change is what's triggering some kind of outrage with partners or other people or what have you, and you're feeling like you need to defend yourself. So if you're coming out and being like, this is my new business partner, or here's my new girlfriend, and if you have got other people on the side, or if people know or have some dirt on you, they're going to kind of try to knock you off of your throne. They're going to kind of come over and mess with your crown a little bit. So please breathe. Mars opposed Pluto is very combative. It's borderline dangerous. And there can be some people who may not be thrilled about the amount of success that you're having, and somebody who's like trying to have power over you, and you want to use Mars in a positive way where you're taking the high road and you're like, you know what? I'm going to let karma handle it. Let karma take care of it. It's not your problem. Don't fight with relationships. Don't fight with partners. Don't fight with family. Focus on being in your moment. Allow yourself to have your moment, because this is something you've been waiting for. And, misery loves company, as much as I hate to say that. And I think that you're going to see this in some situations this month. And sometimes the best way to handle it is to wish people well and wish them far, far away. Let's take a look. Let's see what's going on with these cards and your predictions for the month ahead. I love this card for you. You get the Emperor, which I think is this is the card of Mars, right? This is the card of Mars. What I love about this is it's about being on top and learning not to let other people get a reaction out of you, learning how to lead, to be a leader, to take action, to sit and make the decisions that need to be made, even though there's not always easy decisions, right? You're going to sometimes feel with some of these squares like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, but you do it anyway. And the Emperor is about taking initiative and basically being like, okay, here's my decision, I'm sticking to it, and not letting other people sway you. And also knowing how to be wise as you navigate some of these really difficult waters for the next month. Remember that, right? Remember that Mars in your sign doesn't have to be about your ego. You're going to hear that it is, but it can be about having support from other people. It's picking up energy from the Sun and Gemini, so it's about having support from friends. And it's very possible, just in general, I guess I should have said this, that the Mars opposed Pluto square Jupiter is like the trash is going to take itself out, where you're going to see this in the world. But you may also see this in your life, where if people can't celebrate some of the things you're doing and also acknowledge that you have the power to make decisions and stick by it, they can't respect that, they got to go. Good luck. I hope that's helpful for you. I'll see you guys next month. We've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, Virgo? I hope you're doing well. Let's kick it off. The beginning of the month is a Mercury cazimi in the sign of Taurus. Very interested to see how this plays out for you. I talked about this in a previous video. The Sun-Mercury conjunction that takes place, and it's when Mercury is retrograding, right? So you are Mercury. Mercury rules your chart, so Mercury aspects are important. You've been reevaluating your belief system, education, travel, philosophy throughout this retrograde. Do I go back to school? Do I travel? And Mercury rules also your career. So I'm wondering if some of you guys have been thinking like, if I relocate, can I still do my job? Do I try to find a job somewhere else? Do I go back to an old job? Do I start writing? Do I teach something? Do I go back to school, right? Any of these things could have been coming up. Now, when the cazimi happens, it's the sun coming into conjunction with Mercury. The sun rules the 12th house. And this is why I think it's about either challenges with faith or belief system, challenges with traveling, or like learning how to get out of your own way, right? Because the sun being connected to the 12th house means that it can be the not using your talent to its fullest, the not going out and having fun, the not traveling. Like these things are kind of weighing you down. It is possible that you get some information or insight about a trip or about your education, especially if you're traveling or going to school at a distance, like out of state or abroad. Some information may come there. Some insight also may come up for you in a dream, and maybe you're talking to somebody about it and getting some feedback about what it means, right? But it's a positive aspect, so let me know what happens. Same day on the 1st, Pluto will go retrograde. So Pluto has been in Aquarius, which is not your favorite sign because it creates an inconjunct or a quincunx to you, just like Cancer. So this, Pluto transit can have effects on your body. It can have effects on your health. You've had several years of Saturn being in your 6th house. Now you've got Pluto there. And Pluto will be retrograding, which means we reevaluate how we're working, where we're working. We're reevaluating our habits. We're reevaluating our health. Yes, there can be changes at the office. Yes, there can be changes with coworkers. Sure, that is possible. But I think it's about reevaluating your schedule and taking better care of your mental health because Pluto has connections to your 3rd house, which is your mental state. That will go on obviously until February. So I think that just keep doing the work. Don't let old habits creep up on you. That's really important throughout this transit. On the 4th of the month, Venus in Gemini will square Neptune in Pisces. And this is actually really important because there's a lot of mutable squares going on. So if you happen to be a Virgo or a Sagittarius, you're going to really feel this energy. So we're going to have Venus going through the 10th house of work, reputation, and career, coming into a square with Neptune in the 7th house. So there can be a sense of like a romantic figure presenting themselves. There can be a sense of a new financial opportunity or raise or offer that presents itself. And it's squaring Neptune. Be careful with like work proposals. Be careful with people dangling carrots and telling you they're going to give you things without there not being something in writing. There can be a woman who's like making a demand at work or a client that's making a demand at work. There could be a potential love connection, but I don't think it's going to be anything. Be very careful also if you are currently in a relationship, because with Venus in the 10th, you could meet somebody at work, but it's in a square to Neptune and you're like, do I tell my partner like that they're texting me or we're going back and forth, or like this client's being kind of friendly, or my boss is coming on to me? And it can create some strife in an existing relationship, especially if you're like, hey, when I go to work, I'm going to work. And if it's something else other than that and a partner finds out with the squares, they're not going to be happy. Clients can also misrepresent things or seem like they're interested and they're not. Like love and business, it ain't working. Financial agreements and clients also, it ain't working. So watch for issues with any of these dynamics with that square, especially if you have anything around like 26, 27, 28 degrees of Virgo, sun, moon, or rising, because the mutable squares are about distortion and change. Yeah, it might be that. Maybe you're going through a relationship change. You got Saturn in your 7th house now. So somebody's inquiring like, are you still with that person? Are you married? Like, what's going on? And they may ask you that, and you might decide whether or not you really want to disclose what's happening in terms of your status. There can also be a feeling of wondering whether or not work is interfering with your career. I think that'll happen a couple times, actually. You'll see that going into later in the month when the sun squares Saturn as well. So you might feel like it's like all work and no play, and that there's lack of connections in your love life. But Venus going through your 10th house is still positive for your career. Then on the 5th of the month, we're going to have a lunar eclipse full moon in Scorpio. And that is going to be in your natal 3rd house of communications, cars, vehicles, contracts, gadgets, the mind. Now, on one hand, Scorpio is friendly because it does sextile your ascendant. On the other hand, this is rather intense because it is a lunar eclipse. So it's a full moon on steroids. We're completing something, and it's going to be in the 3rd house in opposition to all of this, all of these planets in Taurus. What do I think? Well, I think that the sun is still connected to your 10th house. The moon is connected to your 11th house. And it seems like there's issues communicating with other people. Could be friends. It could be that you're hiding out, that you're not sharing things. It could be that there's issues with education or something that you're learning or trying to get the point across. But an eclipse here also can mean you're launching a website, you're launching a podcast, you're seeing a lot of traction in your YouTube channel, you are finally completing a book, or you're finally completing a course, because the 3rd house can still do with learning. At the time of this particular eclipse, Mars is going to be the ruler, and it will be in your 11th house. So it tells me like maybe you're having some challenges communicating with a partner or a friend, more so likely a friend in a relationship. But Mars will still be in a trine to the 7th house. So if there's some kind of friction between, you know, are we friends? Are we something more? What are we doing? Or your relationship with friends, it might bring up a conversation that is somehow connected to that. Watch for issues with contracts, watch for issues with gadgets, problems with cars. Eclipses in the 3rd house can do that. And it is a south node eclipse. So that does represent letting go. And honestly, that all funnels back to Pluto in your 6th, so it can be issues with communication, and maybe just kind of a lot of like mental frustration because of that. On the 14th of, no, excuse me, on the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus, and this will be in the 9th house. Interesting, we see the sun's energy come through again in the 9th house, conjunct Uranus. You know, I'm just going on a limb here. I've seen a lot of Virgo risings that have been having legal issues. Wrongful termination, being let go, going through a divorce, you know, suing for intellectual rights and property issues, the list goes on. If you're dealing with a lawsuit or anything legal, the fact that the sun is connecting to the Cazimi, the sun is also connected to the eclipse, the sun is also connected to the conjunction. Likely, like, you're getting a lot of feedback from a lawyer or from somebody who is a professional in their field, right? Maybe you're getting guidance. Maybe you're talking to a therapist or a spiritual counselor. There's something going on there because it's through your 9th house. And then you're also having the retrograde. Well, when we take the sun and Uranus, right, health and daily routine, and putting it in the 9th house, we're shining a light on the fact that maybe you feel victimized in some way, or maybe you feel mistreated in some way, or, you know, you're reacting to the fact that, you know, you're feeling like overlooked or abandoned and let go, right? That's one way I could look at it. But this is an anything goes day. So if you're traveling, or if you're potentially in the midst of a legal case or a court case, or you're hoping to kind of gain some insight from, you know, a mentor, like you might get something that's like a little frazzled, or there can be something where you're really starting to kind of question your faith or your belief system with that conjunction. On the 13th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Cancer coming into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is in your 11th house, bringing more opportunities to see friends, socialize, go to parties, go to dinners, have a good time. Venus is going to also enhance your communication with some of these people. Maybe you're traveling to see some of these people, or there's some people in town, and Venus is going to trine Saturn. So you've got friends being like, look, you're going through it. We're here for you. We support you. Equally, Saturn can be about relationships, and that trine also with Venus can be I'm committed to you. I really want to see where this goes. You know, I want to go with you to a get together with your friends. I want to go and have brunch with you and your friends. I want to meet, you know, your social group. So there's something in harmony about either your friends and your relationships or your goals when it comes to relationships. If you're single, go out with your friends, let your friends set you up, tell all your friends that you're single, that you're looking to mingle. And it's possible that just through socializing, you meet someone, right? That is very possible. Then on the 14th of the month, Mercury goes direct in Taurus at 5 degrees. Yay! Especially you and Gemini. You guys can high five each other because finally Mercury is direct, so it's not having as much of a harsh impact on your chart. When Mercury goes direct, it's going to be better to make decisions about publishing a book, signing up for a course, buying your airplane tickets, filing for a lawsuit. Maybe you're going back and forth during the retrograde, deciding, you know, what direction things are going to go in or what you're going to agree to. And then when it goes direct, it's a better time to make that decision. On the 16th of the month, Jupiter enters Taurus. So Jupiter rules your 7th house. It goes into your natal 9th. It also has connections to your 4th. This is where I feel like having a really good attorney, having a really good mentor, having like a priest, a spiritual, you know, like guide, somebody who's gonna like help you move through this and try to see the positive is what's ideal. Remember, Jupiter's a guru and Jupiter loves being in the 9th house. So it's possible that, you know, you have really great people, but they cost, right? You're having to pay for this excellent care. It also makes me feel like maybe you're looking at traveling to go and visit family abroad or somewhere further away because of the connection to your 4th house. It is possible that you're looking at property or real estate in another place and you're like, okay, you know, do I want to buy in another place? Do I want to pick up and move? Could you spend more money on travel or education? Yes, you could. It is possible, but it's likely that you're trying to find ways to either study from home, or maybe your family's talking to you about, you know, that they're willing to help you invest in your education if you want to go out of state for school, or maybe they're talking to you about ways that you guys can invest or maybe find like a vacation home. I could see that with Jupiter going into the 9th house. It will be there all year. You know, Jupiter is going to go up to about 14, 15 degrees, and it's in a sister sign. So even though we've got a retrograde, and we've got a Sun-Uranus conjunction, and we've got, you know, Jupiter and all this stuff, it's all trining your ascendant. So even though you're really highly critical and you're like, I don't know if I can trust this, or this is perfect, or that's perfect, I look at this and I go, say yes. Say yes to adventure. Say yes to writing the book. Say yes to completing the course. Say yes to teaching something. Say yes to all of these things because it's really going to radically transform your belief and your philosophy, and I think it's going to bring you a lot more optimism. The problem, because there's always a catch, is that when Jupiter goes into the 9th house, it immediately starts coming into a square with Pluto. So you're like, of course I love to move to that beach house in Mexico and it's like perfect, but like, how am I going to work? You know, like I'm working here. Or yes, I just won this, you know, trip, or my family's going on this family vacation, but like I'm so bogged down with work. Once again, not to bring it back into legal stuff, but this looks like some people who might be getting divorced, or this looks like some people who may be in the midst of a lawsuit and they're trying to prove that, you know, it was not the most ideal relationship and there was something wrong, or they're trying to prove that they really did have a medical issue or a condition, or they did have, you know, some effects from whatever is going on, and you're having to prove that with the square to Pluto. Pluto rules the 3rd house, so it's like all contracts, communication, and mental stuff, things that have been said or written down, and you want to watch for, probably having to kind of prove or defend yourself in some way. That's really the best advice I can give you. On the flip side, when we get to the 23rd, then we have Mars join the group, and Mars goes into Leo in your 12th house. Now, this is also an indication of like needing to travel, wanting to go to other places, shamanic work, working behind the scenes, dance and passion and romance behind the scenes. Mars rules your 8th house and your 3rd. I mean, honestly, I look at some of these aspects with the 6th, 9th, and 12th, and I'm like, Virgo, you need a vacation. You need a vacation. That's really what you need. And I wonder if that's what you decide to do. If you're like, you know what, I just need some rest and recuperation. I need a couple days, you know, behind the scenes to just like really clear my head. Very, very, very unusual astrology. So the fact that we have so many planets at 0 degrees is rather intense. And it's all squaring each other, which is creating a grand fixed square. Now, until we get out of this at the end of the month, you know, we're going to feel the pressure like the 20th, 21st through the end of May. So I'm looking at Pluto in your 6th house, and I wonder like how work might be really, really affecting your health in a negative way, or issues with coworkers or habits. And I look at Mars in the 12th house and where you're like, that's it, I can't take it anymore. So if you need a mental health day, if you also have health problems going on, please take it seriously. Don't just work or study or go to school or travel through it. That's my advice, especially because Jupiter in your 4th house may have you going like, okay, you know, I have to, you know, suddenly get on a plane and go somewhere because, you know, I need to go to rehab. That can happen with Mars in your 12th house, or like, you know, I need an intervention, or, you know, like there's a sudden change that happens and I can't really deal with, you know, my daily grind right now. So I'm feeling like I got to leave my job and I gotta go somewhere. It will be intense for all of the signs. Okay. So it's not just you. Actually, the earth signs will benefit because they're going to have all these trines going on. So a little bit of faith or a little bit of change of scenery is going to get you a long, long way. Please take care of your health with the Mars-Pluto opposition, mental or physical. That's very important. And when in doubt, with the Jupiter transit, pray. All right, so let's take a look and see what the cards say for you, my Virgos and Virgo risings for the month ahead. Of course, I would get this card for you, the Two of Swords. You're like, do I do it? Do I not do it? Feeling kind of stuck at a crossroads, trying to make a decision, feeling anxious about something, and really, you know, trying your best to work your way through something and decide if you're going to go left or right and what you're going to choose. In these situations, I always look at the bottom card just to give confirmation. So you get 2. And the World card comes up for you. So it's saying choose to complete this thing, choose to end this thing, be done with it. Whether it's a job or a relationship or a habit, whatever it is, it's like, you know, really just accept and move on. Like let these cycles complete, because the World card is about completing these cycles and knowing that you've learned everything there is to know, and now you move to the next step. So if that means that you're quitting your job, starting over, going back to school and learning a new, you know, or getting a new degree, so be it, right? Acceptance is a huge theme right now because all these fixed signs, they're not going to want to accept things. And you're a mutable sign, so you're going to do a little bit better than most people. So instead of being stressed out and indecisive and going back and forth, choose, I'm not going to say the path of least resistance, but try to give into this change and be optimistic about what the future holds. Good luck. All right, so this is going to be for Libra and Libra rising. What's going on, Libra? Welcome to May of 2023. I hope you're doing well. We're going to kick the month off first by taking a look at the Sun-Mercury Cazimi that'll be taking place in Taurus. So basically, we're going to see the Sun come into contact with Mercury in your natal 8th house. So there is likely going to be some very insightful, mystical, magical information that is going to come through. Now, Mercury rules your 12th house of the deep subconscious, dreams, and other astral things. It also deals with the 9th house of education, learning, travel, and philosophy. So when we have the Sun-Mercury Cazimi, Mercury is bringing some kind of information to the Sun. So it can be about like highlighting a change or a transformation with joint resources, finances, indicating that there is some news coming in about 8th house related topics, taxes, your partner's income, settlements, anything in regards to like insurance. Likely with all the 12 signs, you kind of have an idea of what it is because there's a Mercury retrograde in the 8th house. We also see that there was, there will be Jupiter coming into the 8th house. So the 8th house is very strong in your horoscope this month. Sometimes the 8th house is about death. Sometimes it's about endings. Sometimes it's about regeneration. It's about all of like the stickies and the things that kind of connect us to other people. sometimes karmically speaking. So because the sun is the ruler of the 11th house, it looks like you're becoming aware of like what your goals are in regards to change and transformation, how you're dealing with changes, and what you're learning about releasing and letting certain things go. It can also be about funding a trip or funding something in regards to education. Now, on the same day, we're going to see Pluto go retrograde. So Pluto will be retrograding in Aquarius. Pluto is actually in your 5th house, and it's a fellow sister air sign. So Pluto being in Aquarius is actually really friendly for your chart, especially if you're an early degree Libra, sun, moon, or rising. You've been experiencing trines. And Pluto has connections to your 2nd house of possessions. So to me, it looks like it's something about the way that you're looking at investing your money, you're looking at your happiness, your joy, or the way that you're looking at children and releasing in something and letting something go. It can even be about childhood trauma or healing a broken heart. With all this energy in your 8th house, if you're going through some kind of crisis, or if you're going through something where there's just some heavy stuff coming up emotionally for you, healing, working with a therapist, working with a counselor can be really helpful throughout some of these transits that you're going to be having really throughout the entire month. Pluto will go retrograde back into Capricorn in June, and for all of the 12 signs, we're going to see the North Node and the South Node square. Now, by then, the South Node will be in Libra, the North Node is going to be in Aries in your 7th house, and this tells me where there's lots of focus on relationships and partnerships, your relationships with other people. And the nodes are going to square Pluto in the 4th house, which means you got to put your head together either with your family or with a partner to make some kind of change in your home base. It may mean that you're finally kind of putting the past, putting the past in the past, or you're putting it to rest in some way and finally like letting something go. So it's really important for you to make some of the changes that you need to make throughout these next couple of weeks, whether it's with like your finances, or it could possibly even be just within your own emotional self, because inevitably this is going to come up one way or the other, okay? And when we have the North and the South Node in Libra and Aries squaring Pluto, it's going to be more intense for a Libra rising chart. So really pay attention to some of the financial fluctuations that are taking place now, because it's going to make some of the changes that are coming in July a whole lot easier for you. All right, so then on the 4th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Gemini square Neptune in Pisces. So this is important because Venus is going to be in your 9th house. And Venus obviously is your chart ruler. So you and Taurus are going to have a little bit more of like a trickier time with this particular square. Venus rules your body. Venus also is going to be the ruler of the 8th house of joint resources and finances. So something about like you, right? It can be you being like, oh, there's something I didn't see, right? There's something I missed or I overlooked. When it comes to your health, when it comes to your schedule, when it comes to traveling, that comes out of the blue. I would be very careful with like making big changes in your health, like signing up for mentorships or some kind of training, retreats, gurus, people who claim that they can like heal anything, fix anything. And there can be a sense of things looking too good to be true when it comes to healing or helping health ailments, or possibly even travel, right? But I think it's something that you may overlook, so you want to be careful. Another way this can manifest is just that there's so much work going on because you have Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house. There's a lot of work, or there is a lot of responsibility, like a really heavy schedule, or health problems that may somehow be interfering with a particular trip or some kind of travel. Be mindful if you have pets also, just like who you're willing to leave your pets with, like what kind of vets you take your pets to. Same thing goes with like some of your, obviously your, health related people. Just be cautious, especially if you're like, oh, I'm willing to go further for like this really great doctor. Really make sure that you read their rap sheet and that it's somebody who you actually want to work with, because it's amplifying your health house and your travel house. All right, so then on the 5th of the month, we're going to see a lunar eclipse full moon in Scorpio. So that's going to be taking place in your natal 2nd house of money and income. So if you think back to the fall of 2022, we had a solar eclipse in Scorpio. Likely that's when you were setting intentions in regards to money and resources and bringing in more, feeling like you have more spending power. It also might have been a time where you were working really on your self-esteem, okay? So full moon lunar eclipses are completions. These are full moons on steroids, and it's going to be in your money house. So an eclipse here is going to be opposing all of this energy in the 8th house, and it's like what you are releasing and letting go and what you receive in the process. So sometimes when you have a full moon lunar eclipse in the 2nd house, it can be a period of, you know, receiving a big payment, you know, buying something, some kind of substantial money coming in or going out. It really depends. What I will tell you is based off of like the retrograde in your 8th, the fact that Jupiter is going into your 8th house, it does seem to indicate that you have more money coming in. These resources may be coming from an inheritance. It might be coming from a payout, an insurance refund. It might be a tax refund, spousal support, child support, or just, you know, a partner, right? A business partner or a romantic partner comes into a lump sum of cash. So actually, you know, having Scorpio in the 2nd house is kind of weird because your money comes from other people's losses. So maybe, you know, the stock market, you know, kind of takes a dump and, you know, you jump in and you buy something and you're like, I'm putting all of my money into this because I know that it's under, it's, you know, kind of underpriced. So that might be another way this works out. Watch for big, like really significant purchases because there may be like a bill due or something that you have to pay out that you didn't see coming in. And typically with energies within these houses, money comes in through the 2nd house, it goes in through the 8th house. So if you feel like you've been like settling out a lot, like a settlement, or if you've been paying off a bill or paying off your taxes, it might mean that, you know, money just flows back in and you're kind of like coming back up to, you know, kind of it being a wash. That's the other way I could look at it. At the time of this particular eclipse, Mars is the ruler and Mars will be in your 10th house in Cancer. So it tells me that you're working a lot, bringing in money. There's a lot of opportunity for growth. And I think you'll see that probably through the retrograde, there was a sense of reevaluating or reworking your worth and what you're owed. Maybe you've like added up some of your expenses and you're like, I got to ask for more. I need a raise. I need better insurance. I need better something. So watch for that. Then on the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus at 18 degrees. So the sun and Uranus will be meeting in your 8th house. Now, Uranus is a anything goes out of the blue type of vibe. Uranus is the ruler of your 5th house of lovers, creativity, romance, and children. It can also be about gains. So if you're somebody who likes to play the lottery, if you're somebody that likes to gamble, this may be an interesting period because from this conjunction all the way to the end of the month, you may see that it, you know, taking a chance on something ends up monopolizing and like being really lucrative. By the same token, you know, it is reactivating that 18 degrees. So it can be that you get some insight that, you know, there is like a friend because the sun rules friendships and groups of people. It can also be some kind of money that you've made is suddenly like in question or in jeopardy, or somebody's wanting a refund or they want something back. Also the retrograde. So if you work in a client-based business, somebody might want, you know, something back and you might kind of go, you know what, no problem, here you go. But once again, I see a lot of ping pong and like back and forth with finances all month. It can be a day also where there is an unexpected gain from another person. So somebody may be more generous. They might kind of give you something. You might win something. That can happen when the Sun-Uranus conjunction in the 8th. But it's really highlighting like, you know, finances can turn in any moment. And I remember saying to you guys last year, hey, for last month, for the next month or so, you know, going into May or June, be very careful with your spending habits, be careful with your resources, be mindful with where you're putting money because there can be some unexpected expenses that can come up. But in this case, you know, Uranus is like, you know, lovers, children, creativity, but also taking chances, so it could bring in a nice little chunk of change. Then on the 13th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Cancer in your 10th house come into a trine with Saturn in Pisces in your 6th house. So Venus in the 10th, really great for relationships out in the world, you know, connecting with bosses and coworkers and, you know, people really seeing you shine. and really kind of going like, wow, that person is really, you know, amicable, and they're able to kind of find the middle ground, and like you're really focusing on relationships with people in a professional manner. That trine to Saturn in the 6th house makes me feel like you're kind of starting to get the swing of being like, okay, I can do work and I can, you know, check off my to-do list. I can feel like I'm taking care of my physical health and my mental health, and I'm also feeling like I can maintain work. Maybe there's been an adjustment period. Like Saturn has now been in your 6th house for a couple of months. So it does kind of seem like you have finally gotten to the point where you've realized that less might be more with work. It's worth hiring people to help you, or having an assistant, or cutting back and working a different schedule, because it's actually going to help you create more quality work or really focus on your relationships. So you might kind of feel good about some of the changes that are happening. Maybe this is also positive effects of health and health routines. So if you've been making changes to your habits, cutting back on drinking, working out, sleeping better, meditating, it's really visible. Like people can really see the work and the effort that you're putting into taking care of yourself, or the work and the effort that you're putting into your service, the services that you offer. And it's creating something really beautiful and perhaps even very valuable out in your professional kind of sphere. Whenever we see Venus in a trine with Saturn, we see a stabilization. So I feel like this is more about feeling like you have more balance between work and also your private life or your home life. All right, so then on the 14th of the month, we are going to see Mercury go direct in Taurus in your 8th house. Remember that Mercury can be conversations, it can be documents, it can be anything in regards to travel, business, transactions, especially if you do like business with people, you know, in a foreign place, or you're involved in travel or education. If there's been some wonkiness going on here, things are going to stabilize a little bit. If you've been like waiting for a tax issue to iron out or a financial situation to iron out, it'll get a little bit easier. And if there's been some fluctuations in a partner's income or resources, those may also stabilize as well. It may be throughout the retrograde a period where you've just been more private or introspective, or maybe you've been studying more, or you've been a little bit more quiet than usual, and you might feel like you're starting to kind of come out of your shell a little bit once Mercury has gone direct. There is a darker side to the 8th house. Like it can deal with death and inheritance. It can deal with losses and letting go. So I feel like after some of the turbulence that's been going on the first few weeks of the month, then we see Mercury go direct, and you're like, okay, I'm finally accepting whatever has left my life. And now I see the purpose of it, and you're trying to kind of learn from it, and you're looking at endings in a different fashion. On the 16th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter enter into the sign of Taurus. So it will leave your 7th house, where it's been focusing on relationships and other people. And it also will dip into your 8th house. So the 8th house is really important right now. I'm going to tell you, even though Taurus is a sign that's ruled by Venus, and you would think that you have a lot in common with Taurus, you really don't. Because, you know, Venus's connection to Taurus is more the feminine aspect. It's more receptive, it's internal, it's sensitive, it's very earthy. And Libra's connection to Venus is more masculine. It's more making connections, establishing relationships, establishing balance, talking about fairness, being the active kind of mediator. So where Taurus wants to focus on its comfort zone and what it needs, Libra was really focused on what do we need as a team. So there seems to be something that's a little bit wonky. It's a little bit out of whack. And maybe you're realizing and really doing a lot of deep reflecting on what you really do need for your security, right? So Jupiter connects to your 3rd house, and it can be about writing, it can be about traveling, it can be about siblings, it can also be about the mind. So as Jupiter, which is a very positive planet, goes into the 8th house, suddenly there's more contracts to sign, there's more documents, you're talking more, having more meetings, talking about money, talking about investments. Maybe you're signing up for like health insurance, maybe you're signing up for life insurance, maybe you're changing your car insurance. Like insurance or other people's resources are important. Because Jupiter is connected to your 3rd house, please make sure you have car insurance, please make sure that it's up to date, please make sure that you have all of your documents and paperwork in your car. Because touch wood, if there ends up being an issue with your vehicle, You want to make sure that you're covered. You want to make sure that you have all the documents necessary for travel, just in general. I think that Jupiter going into the 8th house, and the North Node being in the 8th house, you're going to hear, whether it's from this transit or it's going to be the eclipse in the fall, a lot of Libra risings are going to get some kind of an inheritance, or they're going to find out that they're getting a lump sum. Jupiter rules your 3rd house. So it may mean that you are inheriting a car, or you are inheriting a gadget, or an uncle or a sibling or someone leaves something to you and you were not aware of that. When do I see inheritances? Eclipses in the North Node in the 8th house, a really emphasized 8th house Lord, which we're going to see. Also, Jupiter in the 8th house. So there's a lot of 8th house. And if it's not about an inheritance, and it's going to be about talking about a partner, about your joint resources, and the North Node is still there. So you're going to be talking about how you need more. My point is that Jupiter magnifies the situation. So Jupiter going into the 8th house is really magnifying and making a situation involving change, transformation, resources, growth of other people's money suddenly very big. So if you have a tax problem, it will get bigger. If you have a debt problem, it will get bigger. If there is a lot of grief and a lot of fighting or resisting change, you're going to feel it more. So this can be uncomfortable, and the truth is that you're here to receive, with some of these transits in the 8th house, physical support, financial support, and sometimes you have to ask for it. So a lot of the retrograde has been about reaching out and learning how to ask for help. Now, Jupiter is going to stay in your 8th house. It'll be there all year. Even when it retrogrades, it's still going to stay in your 8th house. So there's a lot of working with the shadow, self-reflecting. And you are also going to see, as soon as Jupiter moves into the 8th house, it's immediately going to start squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So Pluto rules your possessions. It's in the 5th house, which deals with children, creativity, self-employment, projects, and personal talent. So what I see here is that you may suddenly start reading more about grief, loss, death, the other side, right? 8th house topics, and how that pushes you to learn more about expressing yourself creatively, or choosing life, like living life. I also think that with Jupiter in a square to Pluto, there can be some very intense conversations that you're having with other people about what it is that you need for security. There can be some childhood trauma issues that kind of come up. There can be some expenses relating to children that can come up. There can also be some kind of crisis relating to children that can come up, and it's really important to talk about it. So if that's what's going on throughout this transit, just be transparent, and all these placements in your 8th house is just about kind of getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's the truth. But with the 8th house, there's always this promise for rebirth. So I think it's going to be teaching you that you have to get back into the body and really be okay, like having that physical experience, and like not becoming desensitized or checking out. We want to watch for taking too many risks financially as well. Big risk, big reward, right? Pluto in the 5th house. I see some people win lotteries. I've seen some people suddenly get a huge lump sum, or they have like this really successful project. And it's just really unusual, some of the fixed squares that we're going to see throughout the end of this month. And it's actually going to be a grand fixed cross when you take everything into consideration. Having planets at 0 degrees is also the purest form of the sign, like I said. So something else that we're going to see happen on the 20th is that Mars is going to move into Leo. So Mars rules your 7th house of relationships and partnerships, and your 2nd house of money, values, and resources. Well, Mars will spend about 2 months or so in your 11th house, so it's going to bring more opportunity for having fun with friends, going to parties, getting socially acclimated, being able to go to events with friends, just spending more time on your relationships with other people in groups. So on one hand, Mars going into the 11th house might mean that you're focusing on doing that with a partner, socializing and making friends. Maybe you meet somebody through a social situation. Maybe it means that a partner is wanting to go and join some kind of network or collaboration. The problem is from about the 20th all the way through the end of the month, there is rather unusual and really intense astrology. So if you're following what I'm putting out there, Mars is going to be in opposition to Pluto That can bring up some issues, some inflated egos in regards to what you want to do for fun versus another person. You can have some arguments with a partner over, extracurricular activities. There can be a sense of, children having problems and getting picked on, or having conflicts with other kids at school if you have kids. And then Mars is going to square Jupiter, so it's going to inflame that, and Pluto is going to square Jupiter. So if you want to get technical by planetary standards, Jupiter is the square focal point between Mars and Pluto. So there's a lot of having conversations about security, what you need, and whether or not you're on the same page as a partner. 8th house transits can be a great time to go to therapy. So if you're having any of these issues, whether it's with another person or on a personal level, it might be something you want to consider doing as an intervention technique. And I think with Mars square Jupiter, there is going to be a sense of, either friends or partners going through some really big changes. And it's going to be you looking at the situation going how do I feel about that? How is that affecting my happiness, right? This square is also happening in financial houses. So the 2nd is your possessions. The 5th is about taking chances. The 8th is about other people's money. And the 11th is about gains. So I can see you gaining more, both because you have Mars in the 11th house. So you might gain because you join a group or you're networking, or there's just more people coming in that you're kind of connecting to. I also see gains because of Jupiter in your 8th house. So if you have an online business, if you have a YouTube channel, if you have a podcast, anything like that, you might start making more money. And I wonder if it's going to be because you're joining other platforms or you're getting more recognition through other people. Okay. So that's pretty much the month at a glance. Let's take a look and let's see what the cards have to say. Just as a reminder, also somewhere around the 3rd week of the month, the sun's going to go into Gemini. Okay, so Libra. When the sun goes into Gemini, it's highlighting travel, philosophy, education, more positivity. And the sun's going to trine your ascendant. It's also going to trine Pluto. So this is a really awesome time when we see that shift. I think it's gonna be right around the 20th of the month, where there's this energy of breaking free. And if you need to travel, if you need to take a course, if you need to, really focus on creativity as an outlet for all of this pressure, please do so. The card that I got for you is the 3 of Swords. I hate to say this as a Libra rising. I'm not surprised by this. Because there's just so much damn energy in your 8th house. And so there is a sense of moving through grief, something in regards to a painful situation, releasing, letting go, right? Having your heart broken, feeling disappointed by something. Realize that when this particular card comes up, it's wanting you to really become aware of the problem and look at the problem and go, okay, I need to fix this thing. How do I fix this thing? Okay, I got to take the swords out, which means I really have to focus on getting to the core of where the pain is. Be present with that is the best advice I can give you, and really move through this and take time to go through the healing, because if you can do that, you can have an opportunity for a rather significant breakthrough. Good luck. All right, so we've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. Welcome to May of 2023. I hope you're doing well. As with all of the fixed signs, this is going to be a very eventful month. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on, so just take a deep breath, especially as you're getting to later in the month. There is going to be some rather intense energies in the skies. You're going to have fixed planets that are changing signs that are going to be in angular houses, which means life's going to get really loud. Okay, so just breathe. On the 1st of the month, we're going to see a Sun-Mercury Cazimi that is taking place, and it will be happening in your natal 11th house. So I did a video on this. You might want to go and take a look at it because I go even more in depth. But basically, this is when the Sun retrogrades and it conjuncts Mercury, and there is some message or epiphany or something that happens. Okay, so the Sun rules your 10th house of career, and the Mercury transit side of it rules your 11th house and also your 8th house. Okay, so what does it mean? Likely you're going back and forth with a partner, with a romantic partner, a marital partner, a spouse. can be a client. It can be about making some change or going back and forth also with a service that you're offering. Something's been changing directions. Okay, so Scorpio, if you notice, the last few months with, the last few weeks, with Mercury retrograde, there's been some issues communicating with a partner, okay? So it can be just people in general, but it can also be people who you work with because it's in an earth sign, people who you do business with, people who you are invested with. So definitely if you're married, spouses are people you want to look at. The Sun-Mercury conjunction tells me that a partner of some kind is likely either coming back in some way, wanting to connect to you, or they are changing their mind. There is some back and forth about their mind, and there's going to be some insight that they're going to have where they're going to want to share something with you. They're going to want to tell you something. Really, since about, mid-April, we were in the shadow. So if you go back and you look at what was happening with the retrograde shadow, there was already some tiffs or some conflicts in a relationship. If a relationship has been on the rocks, it's most likely going to continue to blow up, and there's going to be more conversations about what is not working. The North Node is in your 7th house, which means the focus is on other people, and you're learning how to kind of communicate and get outside of yourself with the South Node in your 1st house and learn to hear other people out. People can seem annoying, indecisive, not knowing what they want, but really it also can indicate that somebody's been holding back and telling you something. So it can also be about a client going back and forth and kind of deliberating as to whether or not they want to work with you and sign a contract. Somebody going back and forth about whether or not they want to partner with you or fund something also in regards to business. Watch for that insightful conversation that's going to take place right around the beginning of the month. On the same day, Pluto goes retrograde. So this is your chart ruler next to Mars. Pluto will be going retrograde through your 4th house. It's going to dip back into your 3rd house. This will happen in June. And where Pluto goes, things affect you. The astrology for you this month is very loud because you've got so many oppositions and squares happening that I really don't want you to get lost and lose focus of the Pluto retrograde. Pluto wants you to change and transform something. So it wants you to change and transform your home, your past, your family, your inner emotional world. And currently, it's not exact yet, but the North and the South Node are squaring Pluto. So it means that you're getting pressure from, other people. It can be romantic partners, it can be from therapists, whatever, to get outside of your comfort zone and be willing to make big changes in your private life. Equally, the South Node is also squaring Pluto. So it's saying that there's some unwillingness or some reluctance to leave the house, change, get out of your funk, whatever. When Pluto dips back into Capricorn, which it will in June, it'll then be in your 3rd house. So the nodes will square. Actually, the South Node will be in Libra in your 12th. The North Node will be in Aries in your 6th. And it'll be squaring Pluto in the 3rd, which means either because of some physical or psychological crisis, you're being asked to really transform the way that you communicate or the way that you think or the way that you write or share or what have you. Trust me on this. You don't want to wait until the Pluto squares. Some of the issues that are coming that you're going to see in terms of communication with other people is going to be radically accelerating. And you can show up for it and start doing the work right now. My advice is with the Pluto retrograde is to really reevaluate how you're feeling, where you're living, what's happened in the past. Do some research into your family lineage, where you come from, what's happened, and where there is a need to kind of unearth some of this stuff so you can go deeper into the Jupiter and the North Node in the 7th and have more positive interactions with other people and relationships, and possibly even healthier relationships with relatives as well. On the 4th of the month, Venus in Gemini will square Neptune in Pisces. So we're going to have Venus in your 8th house, deep, dark, sexy. It's also about joint resources. And it's going to square Neptune in the 5th house. Be careful, right? Because Venus rules others. Venus also rules what's hidden. The fact that it's going to square Neptune in the 5th. Be careful with investments. You might have a financial advisor use a scare tactic to tell you to do something or not do something. And you might go, oh, do I need to move this around or invest this thing or do this or do that? Also be mindful, because Venus rules your partnerships, that there may be something going on with a partner where they're sharing something with you, and you need to be a little bit more sensitive to that and about that. It can be sexy, it can be steamy, it can be kind of passionate, because we are picking up the energy of the 5th house of romance and the 8th house of sex. So it can create a little bit of friction and some like fantasy, but there can also be some deceptive qualities to this when it comes to other people and feeling safe and secure. So be very careful with like passwords and, you know, private or, you know, like client privilege type conversations or information or even photos. Like you want to keep everything kind of locked down. So be mindful of that. Okay, on the 5th of the month, this is the big news. We're going to have a lunar eclipse, full moon in Scorpio in your sign. So this will be in your natal 1st house if you're a Scorpio rising. If you have any personal planets, sun, moon, rising in Scorpio around 13, 14, 15 degrees, this is very personal for you. Also, if you have like any other planets there, so if you have Neptune there, Uranus there, if you have Pluto there, I happen to be one of the Pluto and Scorpio generation people. This eclipse is right on my Pluto. So how many of you guys are going to be in it with me? I'm anticipating it's going to be a lot of like really wild financial things in the world that's kind of coming out, I would assume. Having an eclipse in your 1st house relates to the body. It relates to the self. Remember, the South Node is there. This is the last Scorpio eclipse for 9 years. This is the last South Node lunar eclipse in Scorpio for 18, 19 years. So emotional purging, releasing, letting go, right? The 1st house might represent something with your body, so it's not unusual with the Scorpio eclipse for there to be some pretty gnarly things. Digestional issues, hormonal issues, anything that deals with detoxing, cleansing, right? Through the bowels. We can have some really gnarly tummy issues, but there can also be personal crisis that can be kind of coming up, because that's what Scorpio is about. Now, the moon rules your 9th house. So the fact that we're going to have the moon here and the sun here means that there may be some kind of crisis in regards to your beliefs about relationships, your beliefs about the bigger picture of life, the purpose of life. There can be some big body changes. So if you are somebody who was focusing on trying to get pregnant last year with a solar eclipse, and then you have an eclipse on your ascendant, you could get pregnant. If you are having this eclipse on your ascendant and you've been going through, you know, a transformation of lifting weights or, you know, losing weight or taking better care of yourself or what have you, the physical appearance, you know, shift is going to be very visible. At the time of the eclipse, Mars will be in the 9th house, so it tells me that maybe you're changing or transforming through traveling or through something that you're learning about yourself or about your own personal belief system or philosophy. It's going to be challenging. I'm not going to lie to you. You've got an eclipse in your 1st house, which can make you feel very emotional, very moody, and it's opposing all of this energy in Taurus, where somebody is having a difficult time communicating with you. You may have a meltdown. There can be a bit of a back and forth. You can react a little bit, you know, strongly. And we are clearing with the South Node in Scorpio. So it doesn't matter what sign you are, whatever house that's in, we're clearing some of that stuff out. So just be mindful of some of the moods and the emotions that are going to be coming up, and that this eclipse is in your 1st house, which is opposing other people. So there can be some negative emotions or some toxic behavior that needs to kind of get cleared out. The fact that this opposes Uranus also tells me that it may bring up some issues with you and a partner involving your living situation. And it can also be about, you know, having some challenges with relationships with family. So if you have relatives that don't get along with romantic partners, not having them in the same space or keeping an eye on that dynamic is important. If you've been at odds with your partner about a living situation, where you're living, how you're living, this can also come to a head. On the 9th, you're going to see the sun come into conjunction with Uranus. So the sun will be moving through the 7th house of partners. The sun rules career, and it's going to come into conjunction with Uranus, which means you're going to have somebody be like telling you how things are going to go. They're going to be like, I'm doing this, and they're going to act kind of out there. If you're single, it's a lot easier to manage, because a Mercury retrograde might mean that you decide, oh, well, I want to get back into dating, and then you're, you know, kind of feeling things out through the retrograde. And maybe the Sun-Uranus connection means You meet somebody suddenly at work, or you have a new client, or there's some new exciting person who comes into your life. But for a married person or a committed relationship, you know, Sun-Uranus connection in the 7th with some of the other transits that are coming makes me feel like if a relationship has been having problems, it's about to get bigger. So the Sun-Uranus connection is going to be about a partner being like, this is how I want things, this is what I'm doing, this is what I've got going on. And it feels a little challenging. And you might have a difficult time dealing with somebody who feels like they just need some space and they just need some freedom. Now, if you go back in time to last summer, in July, August, we had this conjunction. So you might want to be taking a look at what was happening the summer of 2022, specifically end of July going into August. You may have had a similar situation and you may see kind of history repeat itself. Then we've got the 13th of the month where Venus in Cancer trines Saturn in Pisces. So Venus will be in the natal 9th house. It might indicate that there is love abroad, opportunities for love at a distance. Maybe you're traveling with a partner, you're planning a trip, and Venus is trining Saturn, which means that you're able to kind of communicate the higher purpose of life and love, and maybe a little bit of distance can make the heart grow fonder. Maybe having a little space really kind of helps the situation. Venus being in the 9th house is like finding also that you're falling in love with a location, a place. You're taking a course that you really love. It's a great time to be studying spiritual or like esoteric topics and finding people who can kind of really guide you through these particular subjects. And the trines to Saturn is stabilizing. So, you know, for some of you guys, like Jupiter getting ready to go into your 7th and Venus going into the 9th and Saturn in the 5th is like, you know, surprise, we're engaged, we're getting married, you know, and that's the surprise. That's the shocking thing. And you're, you know, now talking about committing and having a family, you know, in some way. So it can be positive, but lots of shocks and, you know, a lot of attention on other people. On the 14th, Mercury goes direct, yay. So there's a lot less kind of static in terms of relationships. Things kind of calm down a little bit. There isn't as much back and forth and as much friction. Perhaps if you've seen a relationship ping pong a little bit, you'll see something kind of calm down. Retrogrades here are weird. Like if you're having problems when you go into retrograde, it can get better. And if things are fine and you're not dealing with stuff, the retrograde can kick up a lot of dust. So it'll be different for everyone. But if you've been waiting to like sign a contract, take on a new client, you know, put something out there as a new service, if you've been, you know, waiting to commit to a relationship, when the retrograde is over and it goes direct, it's going to be easier to do that. On the 16th of the month, Jupiter enters into Taurus. So you've got Jupiter moving into your 7th house. Jupiter rules your 2nd house of money and resources. It also rules your 5th house of creativity, children, and talent. So for Jupiter to go into the 7th house, it's a whole year, okay? Jupiter will be there all year, even with retrogrades, where there is more opportunity for relationships. You know, people always ask me, when am I going to meet somebody? When am I going to meet somebody? And I always say, well, when, you know, maybe Jupiter's in your 7th, North Node is in your 7th, maybe when you see some harmony between your 7th house Lord and Saturn, you got all of that this month. So if you're single, you may find something really significant. If you're in a committed relationship, you might find that there is a sense of further committing or, you know, kind of smoothing some things over. Jupiter brings more positivity and abundance to any situation. So it's going to bring more harmonious relationships. It can bring more than one relationship. We know that Jupiter likes to kind of be a little bit of a philanderer. And Jupiter in the 7th house for a woman's chart, if you date men, can be an indication that a husband is coming in. And also wealthier clients, higher quality people, you know, because Jupiter rules your 2nd house of income. It is possible some of you guys may start talking to your partners about investing, about starting businesses. You may also start talking about having children. And we're going to see actually in this next month, Jupiter's going to start sextiling Saturn. So some of you guys are meeting people and falling in love and you're committing. Some of you guys have people coming back and you're committing. It really depends. It's wild in your 7th house. So Scorpio risings, let me know what's going on there, because there's some crazy energy in your 7th house this month. The problem, okay, and there's always a problem, there's always a catch, is that Jupiter is going to immediately come into a square with Pluto. So to me, it seems like lots of action with relationships or clients, lots of support and things coming from other people, and they're challenging you. All of these planets, right? Jupiter and also like Mars, they're all higher up in the skies. So they have more dominance over your chart. So the fact that Jupiter is squaring Pluto is like a partner basically saying to you, or a therapist saying to you, like, you have to let the past go. Like, there is a need for you to get out of your comfort zone. You need to change and transform your emotions or something about your home or your family. So growing pains is kind of how I see this one. What you have to gain is new relationships, more positive relationships, new people, support, but fixed signs don't want to change. So Scorpio rising and Scorpio placements are not going to do as well with this transit, because you're going to feel challenged by other people saying, come on, let's go, get going. And you're going to get a little ornery. But it's good because you're learning how to be a team player. And if the eclipses haven't taught you this already, if the Uranus transits haven't taught you this already, then when Jupiter shows up, you're going to see a magnification of challenges in relationships, and it's going to kind of hit a boiling point. When Jupiter moves into Taurus in an angular house, it expands relationships. Pluto in your 4th house totally radically changes and transforms your home life through crisis. When Mars on the 20th, Mars moves into Leo. Okay, Mars is also your ruling planet. So it's moving into your 10th house where you're like ready to pick a fight, you're ready to get to work, you're putting a lot of work and effort into your career and, the life direction when it comes to your professional stuff. It's a grand fixed cross. Everybody's going to feel it, but the fixed signs are really going to feel this. And to be honest with you, Scorpio, like you need a counselor, like you need somebody who's going to give you insight, or you need a partner who's going to at least be positive about some of the changes that are happening. Whether, the 7th house is a therapist, or it's an astrologer, or it's just somebody who gives really good advice, you need this. Because Mars, when it moves into the 10th house, yes, it's a very busy time for work. And you're going to see this throughout the next couple months. Mars is going to go there, Venus is going to retrograde there, everything's going to square off with Jupiter and Uranus, and it's going to seem larger than life. The positive is that Mars in the 10th house is going to have you feeling very competitive in the workspace, and that you're going to get recognition. The negative is that there is potential for you to be kind of argumentative, picking fights, having conflicts, especially with parents or especially with partners or clients. So Mars will oppose Pluto, which is like warlike energy, conflict, because of a sudden change at work or a sudden shift with a superior. It threatens your emotional security, and it's also going to square Jupiter. So if you want to look at just the planets, relationships or Jupiter is the focal point for creating changes both at home but also in the career. If you want to take into consideration the nodes, there's a grand fixed cross. What does it mean? Relationships, career, home, they're all about to change. And you're learning that these changes can be positive if you roll with the punches, but these changes can also be brought on by the unwillingness to change or be flexible. So crisis can ensue. Job changes can affect home, so you get a job, you move. Changes with partnerships suddenly have you thinking about if you would pick up and relocate and move for the right person, right? Everything is possible. Let me know. You're one of the signs that I'd like to know how this plays out for. Being a Scorpio sun myself, I'm trying not to be freaked out about some of the transits that are coming. This intensity will be from about the 20th through the end of the month, so we're going to be feeling this. And I would just say try to keep calm. Don't pick fights with people. Look for somebody who can give you really good feedback and support throughout some of these changes, so that way you're not kind of burning the house down, literally. The card they get for you is the Judgment card. Well, when you pull this card, it means it's time to make a decision. Judgment is one of the final cards, right? It's the card that comes up that's like, okay, this is the repercussions, or this is the, final decision in regards to a situation. The truth is that Mars is the fastest moving planet throughout this transit. So there may be a sudden shift or a change at work or a change out in the world that suddenly radically transforms your home or your relationship. If you have been indecisive, if you haven't been making a decision about where you want to live, what relationships you want, what kind of career you want, like now is like the point where you're going to have to make some definitive decisions. With fixed squares, like I said, there's some stubbornness and unwillingness to change. But you'll see as the squares play out that if you're approaching things in a very combative manner, you're not going to win. So the Judgment card, I think, is saying use sound judgment, be balanced, make sound decisions, realize that there is going to be some kind of a repercussion for some of the decisions that you're making. So you may not be able to undo or come back from some stuff. And some things may be thrown in motion, which will have an effect on everything else. Okay. Good luck, Scorpio. Godspeed. We've got Sag and Sag rising. Welcome, Sag, to May of 2023. I hope you're doing well. We've got a rockin' and rollin' month ahead. I want to start first with the Sun-Mercury Cazimi that's going to be taking place in the sign of Taurus on the 1st of May. So we've got a lot of energy in your 6th house throughout the month. 6th house, organization, health, coworkers, your schedule, your habits, your patterns, like all that stuff. It can be pets as well. And it can be also about some of your eating or your financial habits. Okay, so we have a Sun-Mercury Cazimi. The Sun rules your 9th house of education, travel, philosophy. It's a positive house. And the Sun is also about energy. So when the Sun moves into the 6th house, there's lots of focus on your daily routine, your health, all of that stuff. Well, what's going to happen? We're going to see that the Sun and Mercury are going to connect in the 6th. Mercury rules relationships, Mercury rules career, the Sun rules travel. So likely you're getting some insight about a change in your schedule. Maybe you're going back and forth with a coworker about changing schedules, covering shifts. Maybe there's been some health related issues that's affected your schedule. You get to the bottom of it, you figure out how to remedy the situation. Maybe there's been some delays and setbacks with being able to travel, and now you're feeling like you're finally coming out of that. If you've been looking to hire an assistant or hire help or bring somebody in to help your business, grow your business, or anybody in the service industry, so I think of hairdressers, I think of people who train or walk dogs, people who might help you clean your house, anything like that, you might find the right person to help you, okay? And teach you how to train the animal, teach you how to, properly diet or how to, use gym equipment. So you're feeling more so in control. On the 1st, we're also going to see Pluto go retrograde. So Pluto is hanging out in Aquarius. It's in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, travel, and siblings. You're learning with Pluto, because Pluto represents your 12th house of the deep subconscious, that your thoughts, your words have a really strong effect on you. Fear can be motivating, but it can also be completely paralyzing. So be mindful of your words, communication, what you're thinking, what you have to say, and self-undoing, and how that has an effect on your mind and your daily habits. When Pluto retrogrades, we don't feel the effects of Pluto as much. So it's only been here briefly, the last 2 months. Pluto will be retrograde until February of 2024, and it's going to retrograde back into Capricorn. So in June next month, it'll go into your 2nd house, where it's kind of still working on finishing up, transforming your resources, your values, anything in regards to your spending habits or your self-esteem. The point is that I think because Pluto rules your subconscious, wherever Pluto goes, it's showing things in that area of your life that you may be self-sabotaging. So you may be self-sabotaging in how you think and how you communicate. There can be also some discomfort, some very uncomfortable disagreements that you're having with neighbors or with siblings, or maybe you're just having a difficult time talking about your fears or talking about your anger, right? Because Pluto can bring that up. Just watch for that. Thankfully, especially if you're an early Sag or Sag rising, Pluto is forming a sextile to your ascendant. So actually it's a lot easier to have Pluto in Aquarius than it is to have it in Capricorn. And Pluto will go in and out of this sign for the next 2 years, for a little bit. On the 4th of the month, Venus will be in Gemini. So Venus is moving through your 7th house of relationships, bringing more opportunities for meeting people, connecting with people, falling in love, enjoying the time that you have with others. Venus rules your 6th house of coworkers and also friends. So I could definitely see you're like, yeah, I'm focusing on having more time with my friends or my partner and having a good time. Well, Venus is going to come into square with Neptune. Okay, so on one hand, Venus in the 7th is great. It's in your opposite sign, so it's bringing lots of people to you. But the squares to your 4th house is like having a hard time getting over the past, right? Or there being some kind of clash between a partner and a home or a living situation. Think back to last month when you saw Venus square Saturn. Were you wanting to move forward in a relationship, but you were living in another place, or you were locked into like a lease and you can't move? Maybe new people show up and you're like, no, thank you, leave me alone. I'd rather stay in the past, or I have to live here and you live there. Watch for that. Venus square Neptune can be a sense of you having a hard time letting somebody else in, hiding at home, not wanting to, connect with other people, not wanting to, venture out into relationships. Somebody may want to go out and wine and dine and do things, and you're like, I'm just not feeling it. I'm, under the weather. I'll see you later. I don't want to come out from underneath the covers. But there can be issues with manipulation, or there can be issues with people falsely representing things. So be very careful for connecting with people from the past. Okay, that's one thing I'll tell you. Be very careful here, because not all is what it seems. It may not be the best idea to reach out to them. Even though you might be in your feelings with Saturn and Neptune in your 4th house, I would try to say to just avoid any pitfalls of reconnecting with exes or idealizing people who may not be ideal for you. Okay, so then we have on the 5th of the month a lunar eclipse full moon in Scorpio at 14 degrees. So it's a full moon eclipse. Sag, it's the last one. Okay, so you've had like a year and a half of eclipses in Taurus and Scorpio. I'm sure you're over it. It has definitely affected you subconsciously and physically. It's probably brought up a lot of health issues or psychological issues or fears or subconscious things that you need to work through. So this is the last one in this series of eclipses for 9 years. A lunar eclipse is a full moon on steroids, so it's a completion, okay? And it's a south node eclipse, so there's some clearing. There's some clearing going on privately. There can be some sadness, some grief, some letting go, some really heavy emotional things that are taking place. In the 12th house, it can be past life related. It can be disturbances in your sleep. It can be issues in regards to, saying goodbye or letting something go. At the time of the eclipse, we will have Mars in Cancer, trining Neptune, and making some aspects to the eclipse. So you're going to have kind of like a loose water trine in these houses, which means you can be like moving away, saying goodbye, letting go of a home, saying goodbye to a loved one. Like there can be this feeling of grief and death and loss, which is the combination of having an eclipse in Scorpio in your 12th house, closing out cycles. Honestly, you need to find like a comfortable space where you can just unwind and you can let go. If it's in a bathtub with a glass of wine, so be it. If it's in a therapy office where you can ugly cry, so be it. If it means that you really just need some time away from it all, especially work and your daily routine, so be it. Get it out of your system. You're wrapping up things that you've been working on since last fall when we had a solar eclipse in Scorpio that was around 2 degrees. And I've said this for all of the signs, but the eclipses and the retrogrades and all the energy going into Taurus are so connected. Scorpio teaches us where the, hidden stuff does have an effect on the physical world. So it can be shadow, but it can also be things that are toxic and negative that can affect the physical body. Well, this eclipse is very much connected to the retrograde, right? So if you've been sick, taking time off, feeling kind of under the weather, feeling like you're out of a funk or that all of your bad habits are coming back, I mean, you can have a bit of like a wigging out during the eclipse. So just watch. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun coming into contact with Uranus in the 6th house. Obviously, the sun rules belief, philosophy, travel, and it looks like you're going to, on one hand, you may have some sudden unexpected opportunity to take a job, start a job, start a new habit, go to a new gym, try eating new food. Maybe you're suddenly deciding to travel or take a course or learn a new skill. The other way that I look at this is because Uranus rules your third house, and it's going to be meeting with the sun in the sixth. Shocking, unexpected accidents, shocking, unexpected work situations, electrical issues, traveling issues. Just slow down, take your time. That's the best advice that I can give you. It can also be a time where there is some health stuff going on, some digestional issues that are going on, some scheduling things that are just all over the place, and you're feeling a little stressed, okay? Ground your energy out, eat well, work with your crystals, you know, just really connect to earth element, because it's going to help you stabilize this. On the 13th, Venus in Cancer will trine Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is in your natal 8th house. It is, you know, going through a transformation. So a transformation of relationships, joint resources. It's in the sign of Cancer, which can be more so about family. And Venus will trine Saturn. So that does, once again, it's highlighting that theme of something is changing and transforming, and it's also about home and family. So there can be a lot of talking to family about, how do we take care of mom? How do we take care of grandma? How are we paying off a mortgage? Do I need to go back home and visit family? That stuff can be coming up between the 8th and the 4th house. Venus rules your schedule. It also rules friends. And Saturn is about resources. So to me, it seems like you have a lot of support. Like, work will be there if you need to take some space and then come back to work, you'll be fine. And you have friends that really support you. So if there's some kind of something going on the home or family front, you might be sharing this with people and like getting a lot of support. I could also see this if there is some kind of crisis or some kind of issue going on with a pet, and if, God forbid, you know, there's a health problem with a pet, there's an outpouring of love where people are, you know, saying, hey, I've got your back, we support you as you're going through this tough time. On the 14th of the month, Mercury goes direct in Taurus at 5 degrees. So the Mercury retrograde is over. So if there's been any miscommunications at work, issues with clients, problems even with partners, and changes with your work schedule, a lot of that should kind of stabilize. I wonder if there's been like clients that are canceling, or there's been like all kinds of changes in your work schedule, and it's like allowed you to have more time to be like, I'm going to the gym, I'm working on my health, I'm eating better, I'm spending more time with my dog. I mean, that's a positive way of the retrograde working, where you're kind of like, hey, I actually want to do more of these things. Or it's incentivizing you to want to create some new lifestyle changes, or maybe even change your job altogether. On the 16th of the month, Jupiter, which is your chart ruler, is going to move into Taurus. And I don't know, let me know how you're feeling with this, Sag. I mean, there's so many planets in Taurus, and Taurus creates an inconjunct to your sign. So similar to Libra, you guys just aren't jiving. There's something that kind of rubs each other the wrong way. You're ruled by Jupiter. You want to roam. You want freedom. You want to get out there. And Taurus wants to be in its comfort zone. It wants consistency, slow stability. So the good news is that Jupiter is your protector. So where Jupiter goes, you get positive results. Jupiter also rules your 4th house of home and family. So like, for example, maybe you're saying, I'm building a gym at home, and I want to be more tuned into my fitness, so that way I'm doing it more consistently and more routinely. Maybe it's that you're saying, it's time for me to organize my closets and all of my home and declutter and go through things and just make it more aesthetically pleasing, or make it a little bit more better organized, right? That's possible, because the 6th house can be about that. When this particular transit happens, Venus is still in the 8th house. So I could see it being about you going, I'm cleaning out my makeup drawer, I'm cleaning out the fridge, I'm cleaning up things that, you know, are excess and things that I don't need, or things that make me feel, you know, sad or emotional. I'm going to get some of these things out of the house. So equally, if you've had some relationship changes, I could see, you know, wanting to get some of those things out of the house if it's connected to another person. Jupiter in the 6th will bring more work. It will bring so much work. It'll bring so much work, trust me. It's going to bring also an opportunity to better your health, better your diet, and also if you want to change offices, if you want to get a new pet, if you want to hire an accountant or somebody who can help you with your money or your resources, or somebody to clean or organize your home, do any or all of these things. This might be really important for you. If you don't do this now, it might end up coming up anyway in the fall during a Mercury retrograde in Virgo. And you might find that in order to expand your productivity, you need to hire a staff, or maybe you need to hire an assistant. So that might start coming up now. Okay, so Jupiter going into your 6th house, we talked about that. Here's the challenge. Jupiter is going to square Pluto. Okay, so Jupiter and Pluto squaring tells me that it's all about your mindset and how you're communicating with people at work, how you're communicating with your staff, how you're communicating with people who are here to help you, especially if you're just stuck in a negative mindset. If you're stuck in a rut mentally with Pluto in your third house, it's like maybe you do benefit from going and talking to a life coach or talking to a job coach. Maybe you do need to listen to some motivational speakers, like something that's going to kind of help kind of clear all of this heaviness from Pluto in your third, so you feel like you can be more productive. Can be very like Marie Kondo in a way also, that's like declutter, clear, get rid of things. It's intense for everybody. You know, having Jupiter square Pluto, it tells me that it's about you and your productivity versus your fears and the past and potential patterns of falling apart or falling back into negative thought patterns. And, you know, I think consistency and having a routine is what's going to keep you on track. Now, here's what's challenging is that then on the 20th, we're going to see that Mars is going to move into Leo. So Mars also rules your 12th house. Of, you know, the subconscious and self-undoing. Mars will spend about 2 months in your 9th house. This is where like Sagittarius catch flights, not feelings. Like I could see you being like, I can't handle this. This is too much. I'm getting on a plane. I'm going to like Australia and I'm going to stay there for a month and maybe I won't come back. Like you may feel like that. Okay. And I would advise you, because Mars is going to oppose Pluto, you're learning that you can't run away from things. That there is a need to commit to a routine and work and a schedule, and you're learning healthier ways of coping. Maybe it's not travel, maybe it's spending money, maybe it's, you know, overeating, maybe it's, you know, something that you're doing excessively, and you're learning to treat yourself better and not feel like you're like, oh, I'm gonna have a treat myself mentality, okay? I say that lovingly because I think it's teaching you to not run, because you've got Mars in your 9th, Pluto in your 3rd, and if you have nowhere to run to because you're really committed to work or building a business or clients or something like that, you're gonna go, I need another way to cope. The truth is that very unusual astrology, you know, Mars in the 9th house does want you to travel, explore, go places, teach, learn. And Mars is the ruler of your 5th house. So I could definitely see you going like, man, I'm really excited. I'm going on a trip. I want to go on a vacation. You know, I'm going to be doing this thing and it's going to be really fun and creative. And then boom, Mars opposes Pluto. And that's going to be right off the bat on the 20th. So you're going to have some unforeseen issue or problem with a gadget, with a document, with getting somewhere, going somewhere. And it's going to either create an issue with travel, education, or your work schedule. And you're going to be like, oh my God, my car died. So now I can't get on the plane. I'm going to miss my plane, or my computer fried out. So how am I supposed to be taking this course that I signed up for? These are the things that might happen. I don't like saying that, but on top of all that, then we're going to have Mars come into a square with Jupiter. So you have your subconscious or hidden, unforeseen, you know, events squaring you in the 6th. So like you're going to get triggered. There's going to be things that are going to come up that are going to trigger you this month. And it's going to be, do I fall back in old patterns, or do I commit to my new ones, and do I stay the course even though things get difficult? Mars in opposition to Pluto is also about communication and mind over matter. The 3rd house squares to the 6th house stuff, it's very reminiscent to the last 2 years of having Saturn in your 3rd house, and where there's been issues communicating and it's led to health problems, or there's been issues with vehicles and there's been accidents. Please be careful as you're moving around and as you're traveling. Be mindful that there can be accidents and things that can lead to actual health issues or legal issues. So just be slow, take your time, don't rush through anything, be mindful of how you communicate. There can be, especially if you are traveling, some dangerous situations or some people who are kind of extreme in how you're dealing with them, okay? Especially if you happen to be in just a place that's foreign to you, that you're not used to being in. Be safe, you know, travel in groups, be aware of your surroundings. And we're gonna feel this intensity from the 20th all the way to the end of the month. So keep that in mind. Somewhere around the 19th, the 20th, the sun will be getting ready to move into Gemini also, which will be your opposite sign. And you have just a focus now on partners and other people and togetherness. And you're going to start picking up also The sun coming into the sextile with Mars. So partners are, you know, showing up for you. They're helping you. They're there for you. So if you happen to be stranded somewhere or you need somebody to pick you up, I think you're going to have help. And I think you're also going to have help from people who just want to talk to you and help support you through whatever changes you're kind of going through. Okay. All right. So let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. Oh, Queen of Cups, which is interesting because you're like a fire sign, you know, so there is a lot of energy in water signs. Mars is going to be in Cancer, Venus is going to be in Cancer, Neptune's in Pisces, Saturn's in Pisces. I mean, there's a lot of water here, like Scorpio eclipse. So once again, getting familiar, getting reconnected to your emotions, your intuition, your feelings. Here's the thing, water and fire, they don't mix. Right? Because you can heat water up, but it'll boil, and water can definitely put out a fire. So those two elements don't match. I think that fire signs, you know, Aries, Leo, Sag, are probably having a more difficult time with the South Node and with Saturn and all these placements through the water signs, because you have to stop and process emotions. And emotions are something that are meant to kind of flow. Unlike fire that just burns up really quickly, you know, water placements, they can just keeps going. You just keep going through the motions of the emotions. Listen to your intuition. Listen to your feelings. Your emotions are trying to tell you something, even if it's that you're feeling overwhelmed and that you need a break. I definitely think that help can come from water signs. Cancer, Scorpios, Pisces, these people can show up and they can help you in some way, and definitely bring about an opportunity to help kind of connect you to your inner feelings and emotions and become aware of the ability to manage them better, right? Good luck, Sag. Capricorn and Cap rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to May of 2023. It's going to be a whopper of a month, so I hope you're ready. And the truth is that it's a little bit easier for you, Capricorn. You know, there's a lot of planets in Taurus this month. Unlike Virgo, who's going through a retrograde, you might have a little bit of an easier time, believe it or not. So let's take a look and see what's going on here. Well, the month is going to start off first with a Sun-Mercury cazimi taking place in your 5th house. And this is where the Sun and Mercury come into contact. Halfway through the retrograde, Mercury is relaying a message to the Sun. So Mercury rules your 9th house of education, travel, philosophy, beliefs. It also rules your 6th house, which deals with scheduling and habits and health and your routine in general. So whenever you see this conjunction, there is a message, and it's in your 5th house, which is about what do you love? How are you having fun? It's about your children. It's about your dating or your love life. It can be about hobbies and creative ventures and projects. On one hand, I think it can mean that you're making more time for the things that you love this month, which I definitely think with Jupiter going into your 5th house. But I also feel like it can be a lot about scheduling your life in a way where you're making more time for hobbies, you're making more time for your kids, you're making more time for dating, and just really enjoying your life, right? Learning how to have playtime. It is possible because the Sun rules your 8th house that you're like, okay, I know what I need to change to make myself happy. I know what shifts I need to make in my spending, in my love life, in my free time, and this is what I have to do. All right, so that's going to be an important message. It's definitely heart-centered, so watch for that. Same day, we're going to have Pluto going retrograde. And Pluto is in Aquarius currently in your 2nd house, just briefly. It's only been there for about 2 months. It's going to go back into Capricorn in June. So from June really until the new year, you're going to feel that. So enjoy this time now before Pluto retrogrades back into your sign. What does Pluto represent? It represents power, okay? Power, control. Pluto is connected to your 11th house of goals, friends, and network. So to me, it seems like you're reevaluating with this retrograde, what kind of money do I want to make? How much power does money have over me? What do I do with my resources? Do I have friends in high places? What are my goals when it comes to my income? All that fun stuff. Pluto will retrograde until February of next year, And like I said, in June, it'll move back into your first house, which is going to be still working on the final kind of bits of transforming yourself, your body, and your whole, your whole appearance, or your personality, your persona. On the 4th of the month, Venus in Gemini comes into a square with Neptune in Pisces. So Venus will still be in your 6th house of health, routine, habits, and it's going to square Neptune in the 3rd. Ooh, first of all, Venus is not happy in the 6th house. There can be relationship issues. There can be squabbles with coworkers. There can be issues with your routine. And because Venus rules career and it also rules love, as much as I hate to say this, Venus square Neptune is like, don't gossip at work about stuff. Don't be careful who you're gossiping with, especially if you're talking about inter-office romance, if you're talking about your love life, if somebody else is talking about their love life. You don't want to get mixed up in that. You might be talking about something you saw on social media. Somebody might be following you at work and see, oh, I called in sick to work, but really you're somewhere else, and they blow your cover. As much as I hate to say that. There's something about just communication with people at work and your love life or your finances. And I would just say, you got to zip it up a little bit, just a little bit. Watch for signing contracts and negotiating anything also. There can be a sense of being given documents and paperwork that can be false or have wrong information, especially pertaining to your health or pertaining to responsibilities at work. On the 5th of the month, there's a lunar eclipse full moon in Scorpio. So lunar eclipse, full moon on steroids, which is more intense in the sign of Scorpio, and it's going to be in your 11th house of goals, friends, networks, and associations. It will be opposing all of this Taurus in your natal 5th house. So when you have a full moon eclipse, we're completing what's been 6 months worth of intentions. So you want to go back to the fall of 2022, look at the solar eclipse we had in Scorpio that was at 2 degrees. This is the completion of that particular eclipse. The 11th house full moon can bring about opportunities for parties, gatherings, get-togethers, good news from friends. However, eclipses are intense and there is a completion, so there can be falling outs or conflict with friends, some kind of dramatic situation going on with a friend. And this is a South Node eclipse, so it's what we're releasing and what we're letting go of. At the time, Mars will actually be in the 7th house, and Mars is what rules this eclipse. So you might be hearing from a friend that they're like, I'm going through a breakup, I'm getting divorced, I'm done with my relationship, and you're like, oh my goodness, because Mars will be trining Saturn and Neptune at the time. You may be the friend they're talking to about this situation, and it's just like you're just there trying to talk to them through everything and helping them kind of work through some of this stuff. It also might be just heart-to-heart conversations that you're having with friends about situations and things that you were not necessarily aware of, and now you're able to kind of gain some further understanding. This eclipse is in opposition to the 5th house, and so where the South Node is like other people and clearing other people out and following the crowd, the 5th house is more like, well, what about me? What about what I want? What about what I need? My fun, my love life, my kids, my business. So there is a sense of like letting people go that aren't really enriching your life or making things better. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun come into conjunction with Uranus in the 5th house. Okay, so the sun represents change and transformation. There can be some major shakeups in romantic relationships. People come, people go. There can also be sudden meetings and chance opportunities and some really kind of sexy connections. There can be some really exciting news coming out about some kind of an investment or money that's being made. But there's lots of shocks and surprises in the 5th house with a retrograde, with the sun conjunct Uranus, with Mercury going direct, and then you're also going to see Jupiter. So all of this trines your ascendant one way or another if you're a Capricorn rising. You are also one of the signs that might be like, surprise, I'm pregnant, or you surprisingly find out you're pregnant, or you found out that you won the lottery, or you gained something very suddenly, unexpectedly. Partying, okay? When the North Node's in the 5th house, we like to party. When Jupiter's in the 5th house, we like to party. When Uranus is in the 5th house, we're kind of like all over the place. really getting excited and blowing through money to have a good time or impress a date or take a chance at a casino or at the stock market can get you into some really hot water this month. Okay, yes, more money can sometimes be more problems, and that can be more taxes, that can be more drama. So just be mindful of that with some of the transits that are taking place the second half of May. Then we are going to have Venus in Cancer coming into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is moving through your relationship house, bringing lots of love and opportunity in for you. It is going to be trining Saturn, which is great because it's your chart ruler. It means that you're going to be telling somebody how much you love them, how much you support them, or somebody's telling you that. The fact that you guys are sharing in your commitment for one another, you're making plans for the future. Maybe you're talking to a partner about moving. Maybe you're telling a sibling how much you care about them. You know, writing somebody a really nice letter or a thank you note, or, you know, making a phone call and just reconnecting with somebody and telling them how you feel. The fact that Venus is trining your chart ruler, it's amazing. It's about being able to communicate emotions when sometimes it's been feeling like it's hard to find the words. Then on the 14th of the month, we're going to see that Mercury goes direct. So after several weeks of Mercury going back and forth with, do I go back to this hobby? Do I love this thing? Are my kids listening? Do I launch this business? Is it time for me to, you know, learn a new skill? That finally wraps up. I feel like there can definitely be more clarity in the romance department. You know, both, I would say Scorpio rising and Capricorn rising with the retrogrades in your 7th and your 5th. Yeah, you know, people who you've been in relationships with can come back to you. That is possible. But that doesn't mean that they're supposed to stay. Sometimes this is a period of getting closure. So if you had somebody kind of come or go or finally leave, you'll have a better understanding of where you stand with your either investments, your happiness, your love life, right around the time that Mercury goes direct around the 14th. On the 16th of the month, Jupiter enters Taurus. And this is where Jupiter is going to be expanding your 5th house. So you're going to have more opportunities to do what? Have fun, go on dates, fall in love, take chances, launch businesses, focus on being on stage, being creative, being funny. You know, I have the North Node in my 5th house. And when Jupiter went through my 5th house like 2 years ago is when I was like, you know what, I want to do this podcast. And I think it'd be funny to like be on the internet and talk about astrology and like drink and, you know, kind of be rowdy because that's really my personality. This is the well-behaved Candace that you guys are getting right now. I had a lot of fun with that transit. I felt like it was really a good time. It was really creative for me. And I think that you guys are going to see the opportunity to grow something that can be fun and playful, and it can be a kid. But it can also be that you're like, hey, there's this talent that I want to show the world. Because Jupiter rules hidden talents, 12th house, and it also rules your 3rd house of communication. I feel like some of you guys could go into comedy. I feel like some of you guys might start writing like, you know, shows or movies or things or stuff that's just like really funny social media. Maybe some of you guys are going to blow up because you have a meme page. Because Jupiter is about comedy. And so I think maybe some of you guys have been going back and forth about like talking about, well, do I do this thing? Or, you know, do I put together this show? Do I, you know, show this talent to the world? Now, for some of you guys, because Taurus is about food, it's about investing or money. It can also be about aromatherapy. It can be about flowers. It can be about beauty. Some of you guys are going, no, I want to be a beauty guru, or I want to start a YouTube channel. That's another way you could do it. But I think you're giving really sagely advice because Jupiter is going to be in your 5th house. So it's not just, oh, I'm doing this, that, or the other. It's like, get ready with me and let me like tell you this story that's like funny, but there's some life advice in there. So if you guys have a lot of wisdom that you're wanting to share in a much more comedic way, definitely do that. Then the same day, here's the catch, is Jupiter is going to immediately start squaring Pluto. And also have that aspect natally. I think a lot of it is like, well, what am I going to get out of it? And the lesson that I had from some of these transits was you have to create purely from the sake of creating, not having any real expectation on the back end. So don't go into being like, I'm going to be a beauty influencer because you immediately assume that you're going to get picked up by Sephora and make a ton of money. It's not going to happen. Don't assume that you're going to start writing, TV shows and you're immediately going to make a ton of money. Because the square with Jupiter is basically saying the creative process overrides the need for something physical. It might also suggest that you're thinking about investing a bunch of money into like this new endeavor, and you're kind of aware like, hey, I can't spend a ton of money on this. I can only spend so much or so much time. But you're optimistic about it nevertheless. Watch for excessive gambling, partying, dating, kind of sexual escapades that can happen with some of these squares. And then on the 20th, we're going to see Mars enter into Leo. Mars is happy in the 8th house. It has fun there. It definitely knows how to turn up the heat, especially with passion, bringing in more money, more resources, and also just fighting for what's yours. Mars rules friendships. It also rules family. So I wonder if there's a bit of a back and forth where there's some transformation of joint resources with what other people owe you, making changes in friendships, maybe even telling family that they owe you a favor, they owe you some money. Now then on the 23rd, Mars is going to oppose Pluto, which means there's a grand fixed cross in the sky. For you, this is happening in financial houses. The truth is that this is kind of like an anything goes period. There can be lots of financial changes. Mars in opposition to Pluto means that you're getting really adamant about what is owed to you, and other people may be fighting you about this. Equally, if you have children, or if there's something going on with like child support, because Mars isn't a sign associated with children, squaring your 5th. And so there can be some tension with money and kids, or insurance and children, or joint resources and children, paying bills. 8th house is other people's money. The 2nd house is yours. Be very, very, very careful, because I think some of you guys are going to be like, I've got a chunk of change. I'm going to put it in the slot machine and see what happens. Or I'm going to throw it into the stock market and see what happens. And I feel like there can be a sense of money coming very quickly, and it can also kind of slip through your fingers. And if you're partying and enjoying yourself, or taking a risk as much as you are in the 5th house, you may not be making the most wise decisions. In spite of all of that stuff, right? I mean, it's only going to be the last 10 days of the month that you're going to feel this intensity. All of this Taurus does trine your ascendant. It's also coming into sextiles with Saturn. So a sober mind, a clear plan, clear communication is the easiest way to navigate some of this stuff. Take your time, be slow, don't rush through things, don't rush to commit to moving, to a relationship, to launching something. And above all, focus more on the creative process than the financial kind of back end. Because some of the best things that will come from this transit is realizing that it wasn't about the money, it was about the experience of creating something. And that is actually what will lead to you having more success. Okay? Good luck. Let's take a look at what the cards have to say for you. Card that I get is the Chariot. I think this can be about impulse spending also. I mean, I know I kind of touched on that, but I'm looking at Saturn in your 3rd house, and I could see some of you guys going like, do I want to suddenly buy a car? Do I need to buy a car? Do I need to move? Am I going to go on a sudden vacation, a trip? Saturn is saying that you can do with less here. Less spending, right? Less communication, less travel. And I feel like the Chariot can be about some things kind of getting out of control. It can be about trips. It can be about moving. So maybe you're really kind of calculating the effects or the cost of what it would cost to like actually move or go somewhere or buy a car. The Chariot is also about letting your intuition guide you, which I think is so important with Saturn being in your 3rd house. Saturn is your chart ruler. It's about meditating and reflecting on things before you make a decision. This can be about things rapidly changing very quickly, which we know is possible with the Mars-Jupiter squares. And it can be about getting all your ducks in a row and getting to the point where you're like, okay, here is my plan, here is where I'm going to go, rather than just jumping into situations and kind of flying by the seat of your pants. So it's both a combination and also a process of figuring out how to get from point A to point B, and letting your intuition be your guide. It's also about working with the stars, the cosmos, or any kind of like intuitive guidance that you're getting as you're, moving forward. Good luck. We have got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on, guys? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to May of 2023. I hope it's a good one for you. And Aquarius, you're the last of the fixed signs that I have to talk to. And I'm going to tell you, as I told Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio, this is going to be an intense one. So just hang tight. I'm going to go through all of the transits for the month, but I'm just going to tell you that you have planets that are in fixed signs, in angular houses. You're going to be feeling like you're pulled in all different directions. There's going to be some intensity with relationships. There's going to be some intensity with your home and your family. There's going to be some letting go of your roles or responsibility out in the world or your career stuff. And it's all going to come into squares with Pluto in your sign. So it's going to be about how you personally are changing, transforming, and adapting to some of this craziness with other people and learning to not let them get your goat. Okay? All right. So we're going to start the month off with the first, where you are going to have a Sun-Mercury cazimi in the sign of Taurus. This is going to be where the Sun meets with Mercury and relays a message. So it's happening at home or intuitively or with family. It can be like a letter that you get in the mailbox. It can be a conversation that you have with a relative, with a roommate, with a romantic partner. The Sun rules your seventh house of relationships. So likely somebody is giving you some kind of insight, or you're going back and forth with a partner, possibly about a child or children and some kind of change. The truth is the cazimi is positive. So you might get some really good advice from a romantic partner. You might get some really good advice from a family member about just some of the changes that are happening in your home base right now and the fact that it will pass. It's just an adjustment period and that you have a lot to be thankful for. Look for those insightful conversations pretty much all day that day. There can be conversations about kids though, and money that they want or that they feel are owed to them, and some power struggles that are going on within the family with resources. The same day Pluto retrograde begins. So Pluto's in your sign. It is going to be retrograding really all the way until February of 2024. But thankfully, in June of next month, on the 11th, Pluto's going to go back into Capricorn. So you're going to get a little bit of a reprieve. It's going to be in and out of your sign between now and the end of 2024. So when Pluto goes back into Capricorn next month, it's going to be there for roughly 6 months, and you're going to get a break. And it means, I think, during the eclipse and also this entire month that you need to be rethinking your power, rethinking change, rethinking how you respond to things, rethinking your perspective and your views on control, because Pluto rules your 10th house of control. So what's going to happen here is that you're going to realize, I can't control everything. My advice to you, honestly, is when you have some of these stressful situations that are going to come up this month, you literally have to leave this up to the universe. You have to let go and let God, let Jesus take the wheel, honey, because there are some things you cannot change. And whether it's with partners or it's stress at work or it's craziness with family, count to 10, take a breath, and really look at, okay, how am I going to respond to this? Because your response to everything this month is huge. Because there can be a lot of lighting the house on fire conflicts that you can have with relatives or partners, where there can be some full-blown brawls, literally between family and relationships. So be careful. On the 4th, we're going to see Venus in Gemini square Neptune in Pisces. So Venus is going to be moving through Gemini. That's going to be in the 5th house. Venus loves it here. It's about romance and children and creativity and dating and having fun. But the square to Neptune makes me feel don't get lost in the romance, the relationship. Don't get lost in the fantasy and get scammed. There can be something that looks really good, like a beautiful piece of art, right? A kid who's hey, I just need $10 for allowance, whatever. And then you find out that they're hustling. I mean, not literally, but you know what I'm saying. That they're not doing what they're telling you they're going to do with their money. And you may buy something that seems really expensive and it seems very valuable, and then you find out that it's a fake. So please, no financial transactions. Be mindful of where your money is going and where you're investing it throughout that entire period, probably the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This includes money for travel, money for abroad. If people are asking for money from other places, or if a family member is writing to you saying oh, I need something, can you loan something to me? Do yourself a favor. Get off the computer or hang up the phone, call those relatives, make sure it's them, because you may get an email or a phone call from somebody claiming to be them, or, calling on behalf of them, and it's a scam. All right, so then on the 5th of the month, you're going to see a lunar eclipse, full moon in Scorpio. Well, this is the last of the Scorpio eclipses in the cycles of Taurus and Scorpio. So you've been seeing for about 2 years eclipses in the work sphere where you're feeling like you're either retiring, you're changing jobs, you're hating jobs, you're ready to let something go, you're not getting along with bosses. And the North Node eclipses have been bringing focus to your home, your family, and your private life. So the truth is this particular eclipse is really highlighting, like, is it time to quit a job? Is it time to let a client go? Is it time to let a position go, to move on, to launch your own thing? Full moons are completions. So you want to look back at the fall of 2022. We had a solar eclipse in Scorpio where we planted seeds. Now those seeds are coming to fruition. They're blossoming and blooming. Sometimes I see with a lunar eclipse here that there is some drama at work, or there is people who get let go, or there is a boss that suddenly gets fired or quits, and then it kind of throws everything into like a state of like, wait, what's next? So it can feel like a plot twist, to be honest with you. Once again, bringing up themes of control, what you can control out in the world or what you can control at work. If you've been wanting to launch a business, put something new out there. This is another way you can use this. So it's not necessarily bad. Some people will get jobs, they'll get raises, they'll get new positions, but it's going to come at a cost because it's in opposition to the 4th house. So things like, okay, I accept the position, it's got an excellent salary, but I got to move, I got to relocate. That could be the opposition to the 4th, or I'm going back to work because my family needs me, type of thing. At the time of the eclipse, we're going to see that Mars is going to be in your 6th house, trining loosely. So I do think it's about work and showing up and getting things done. And maybe you're feeling like you're picking up the slack for other people and you're working through things and trying to close or finish deals. We're also going to see some loose trines to your 2nd house. So actually work and money looks good. It doesn't seem like as crisis oriented as a typical Scorpio eclipse would be. Then on the 9th, we're going to see the sun come into conjunction with Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so this is where there's going to be probably something going on within the home or the family. So the sun rules relationships. It can also deal with like father figures, sons, brothers, grandfathers, whatever. And the sun is going to come into contact with Uranus, which means it's about you and another person having a bit of a squabble at home. It could be as simple as a partner says, I want to paint the kitchen this color because it's in a Venus related sign. And you go, absolutely not. And then there's an argument over it. There can be a partner saying suddenly, that's it, I'm done. We need to move. I'm sick of this neighborhood. There can be some tiffs over relatives and financial situations because it's in the sign of Taurus. Whatever it is, just be mindful of your interaction with other people. Okay, it can be that you're having a problem with another relative and a spouse is getting involved, and then it's just like a big brouhaha. That can definitely happen. Look at the previous conjunctions that we've had in the past, but know that what's different this time is that we're coming into Mars in your 7th, and now Pluto is in your sign. So it's very different than a typical conjunction, which is unaspected. This is heavily aspected. It means that there's something coming up that's like bringing up an issue where you have to learn to work as a team with another person. Unexpected situations basically is what happens here. Last summer, we had the Mars North Node Uranus conjunction here, end of July, beginning of August. This is reseeding that. So if you think about what happened last summer, there's some similar kind of shocks and surprises and unexpected secret things that are going on, at home with family. On the 13th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Cancer, trine Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is in your 6th house. Not always happy there. We can have some relationship issues. There can also be some challenges pertaining to, relationships with people at work, our health, our daily routine. Even in spite of Venus being here, Venus is coming into a trine with Saturn. So Venus trine Saturn means that you can cut back, release, and let go of something. Maybe you're not eating or drinking something anymore. Maybe you're cutting back on sugar. Maybe you're going to be fasting. to appease and make the Venus in the 6th house transit easier. It might produce better health. Equally, Venus is connected to your 4th house. So I think it can mean that you're flushing out issues with relationships with relatives. Maybe you're cleaning stuff out of the house. You're cleaning closets. You're focusing on organizing and, purifying things, especially if you're thinking about moving further away, because it might be about downsizing and decluttering. Equally, the 6th house and the 9th house connection can be about law and legality. So if there's some kind of squabbling argument over an estate or property or inheritances or, who's handling like possessions, there can be a sense of possibly being like, okay, do I need to invest in talking to a lawyer? That can happen, unfortunately. Then on the 14th, we're going to see that Mercury is going to go direct in the sign of Taurus at 5 degrees. So the family squabbles, the back and forth, the miscommunications, the issues revolving around changes and transformations at the home, especially pertaining to, oh, have I finally moved in with somebody? Have they finally moved out? Are we now making the changes at home because now we have a kid? Communicating and talking about joint expenses and paying off debt. That's all kind of getting settled out. So if you've been waiting to sign a lease, buy a house, sell a house, move, after this date, when Mercury goes direct, it's going to be a lot easier. Granted, we're still going to have the shadow period for a little bit, but it will get easier from that moment on, and you might find that it's easier to communicate also with family. On the 16th, we're going to see Jupiter enter into the sign of Taurus. So Jupiter moves into your 4th house. Whatever Jupiter touches, it expands. So Jupiter is going to want to expand your home life, your family. Jupiter in this sign can bring positive changes to your home. Some of you guys will go through remodels. Some of you guys will want to relocate to a bigger home or to another country because Jupiter can represent that. It can also represent, new people coming into the family, weddings and babies and things like that. So change is good. That's what I want everybody to learn from this Jupiter square Pluto. Change is good. And there's good things coming on the horizon from home. Jupiter rules your 11th house of friends and goals. It also rules your 2nd house of money. So I wonder, do you have friends coming to visit you? Do you have friends coming to stay with you? Are they coming and visiting you and your family? Are you traveling to go and visit them? Are you moving in with a friend, right? Is there something like that happening? Are you making new connections in your neighborhood? But there's always a catch. I've said this to everybody. Jupiter will immediately come into a square with Pluto. And it's so interesting to see Jupiter go through a fixed sign because Jupiter squares in the angular houses just magnify situations, even if there weren't planets that were squaring. So if this was just Jupiter going through your 4th house, I'd be like, yeah, there's change coming and you're having to get used to this change or travel. It's changing your relationships and it's also, kind of stretching you a little thin with work. Okay, that times 10 because you have planets in these houses or a node in your 10th house, which is going to amplify this. So this is very unusual astrology. The 20th all the way through really more or less the end of the month, things get kind of intense. So I'm just telling you guys this now. Jupiter will square Pluto, which means, yes, there's positive change on the horizon if you let it happen. If you allow it to happen, if you move through these changes, and it's hard having Pluto on your ascendant because you're literally getting your passport stamped to hell and back. Okay, it's not an easy transit. It means that you change the way that you look at your life changes, the way that you look at your appearance changes. You have like a, power struggle with yourself maybe and your family about whether or not, you let this thing happen and it's a good thing for you. I think that you want to be careful because it's also about letting others come and help you through this process, even if it's just being there to support you emotionally. And what you can and cannot control once again. Now, then on the 20th, we're going to see Mars go into your natal 7th house of relationships. Turning up the heat in partnerships. If you're single, can bring somebody in. If you're in a relationship, there needs to be lots of action and doing things with another person. Mars is the ruler of your 10th house of career and responsibility. It's also the ruler of your 3rd house of communication. So honestly, be careful with how you communicate with partners. Like if you're going with the flow, people will support you through your time of change. If you're resisting and you're getting intense, partners are going to be like, why are you being so stubborn? This is a good thing. This has to happen. Like, we need to do this. Otherwise, you and I are going to have some problems. It can be about your relationship with your kids because it's in the sign of Leo. It can also be about the relationship that you're having just with how you're communicating with other people, because Mars rules your third. Getting assertive and bossy with people ain't gonna work. So just a heads up, especially if you have adult children and they're being a handful, it's not gonna work. And you know, kids can create some problems in relationships this month. It's a thing, but only if you let it happen. And I think a lot of this is about learning to roll with the punches. Now, other than the Mars-Pluto situation, which can be extremely combative, violent, argumentative, war-ridden energy, especially at home, okay? Like, I think of like just throwing things and yelling and screaming. Like, you don't want to do that with another person. There's no need for that. Just be mindful that other people are going to be a little combative. They're going to push you out of your comfort zone, and that we've got Mars squaring the South Node and the North Node, and Pluto squaring the South Node and the North Node. So where partners are going to be saying, take action, show up, you're going to be like, I'm afraid. And you don't want to be afraid. You want to say, okay, help me do this. I'm scared, rather than fighting people. Very intense energy for all the fixed signs. As soon as we get Mars about north of 3-4 degrees, things will calm down a little bit. And then Jupiter's going to keep moving. So it's really only going to be the end of this month, and then we'll kind of see that pressure depressurize. But oof, yeah, let me know how this month goes for you, because I'm hoping that partners incentivize you to let go and to embrace some of the beautiful changes that can be happening. The card that I got for you is the Three of Wands. It's like, okay, I'm going. Okay, we're doing this. Okay, let's go. Yep, we got this. We're on our way. You need a little extra coaching. You need a little extra motivation this month. And not just about, okay, I will do it. It's like, no, situations are showing up that's like, okay, no, I'm actually doing it. I'm having to do it now. Action, adventure, going places, having new experiences. Maybe it's that you're getting out of your comfort zone, and because there's been a really challenging dynamic with a relationship or your home, that you're like, you know what, I'm gonna start over. I'm gonna find my new space. And really showing up for the adventure and really allowing yourself to be present in the present moment, and feel good about some of the decisions and the choices that you're making. This is about an active trip. So for some of you, it can be about moves or movement, right? Good luck. And now we have Pisces and Pisces rising. And I always joke, you guys, I love that Pisces rising will stay. A lot of you guys will listen to everything, which is really amazing. So if you guys have been hanging out with me throughout your entire workday or your commute over several days, like, good for you. It's awesome. I think you guys, myself, and my husband, who edits all these videos, are the only people who hear everything. So I feel sorry for all of us. You guys are probably sick of hearing me. So for Pisces and Pisces rising, welcome to May of 2023. We're going to talk about all of the transits this month. Huge focus in Taurus, which is your third house, which is all about communication, contracts, busy work, having, to run errands, talking to people, sending messages, emails, also vehicles might be a theme. So we've got, to start with, the Sun Mercury Cazimi. And I did a video on this if you guys want to know more, but basically it's about getting a really significant message from the cosmos. The Cazimi is a moment of like having an epiphany or having clarity. Mercury rules relationships. It also rules family for you. So it's very likely that you're having an insightful conversation with a relative on the phone, via message, or a partner, or there's some kind of news about scheduling or health or travel. There's something going on there. So watch for that information. It might mean that you just have a moment of clarity and you're starting to take notes, or you're thinking about getting ready to make a change in your habits, your mental habits. Maybe it's that, you're feeling incentivized and you're really wanting to have a healthier kind of mindset. And so maybe you might start integrating going for walks, working with crystals, grounding your energy. It might mean, like I said, that you have an important conversation with a sibling, or possibly even a neighbor or a partner as well. This same day, we're going to have Pluto go retrograde in Aquarius. So Pluto is in your natal 12th house of the deep subconscious, things that are hidden and kind of behind the scenes. Pluto rules your 9th house of travel and philosophy and mentorship and education. So while Pluto's retrograding, to be honest with you, I feel like you're silently going through something by yourself, where you're like having a faith crisis, or like a test of your faith, or you're really questioning things. You're wondering like, hey, is there anybody out there like in the cosmos helping me? What's going on? When in doubt, meditate, reflect, right? Pluto is actually going to leave Aquarius. It's going to retrograde back into Capricorn in June, and it will stay there until February of 2024. Now, when Pluto goes back into Capricorn, it's more friendly with your sign because it's going to be in your 11th house of goals and it'll sextile your ascendant. But for right now, Pluto kind of makes me feel like some of you guys might be getting really interested in astrology, psychology, anything in regards to therapy, esoteric or metaphysical topics, but also this fusion between spirit and science. So you might be wanting to learn a lot about like space and the cosmos and stuff. It can be more challenging also traveling or education during that retrograde. So just keep an eye on that. On the 4th of the month, Venus in Gemini, moving through your 4th house, where it's bringing love and attention to your home, your family, your living space, is coming into a square with Neptune. Venus is the ruler of your 3rd house of siblings or neighbors, and it's also about joint resources. And I feel like there can be a situation where family, relatives, especially women, can be giving you a bit of a hard time about whether or not you're working hard enough, whether or not you're showing up, whether or not you're, checked in, dressing well, taking care of yourself, because Venus is challenging Neptune, which rules your chart. Be careful with women asking for money. Be careful with signing leases. Be careful with relatives asking for money. I would not leave money in a vehicle. I would not leave valuable objects at home unattended. So make sure you lock your doors. If you've got somebody staying with you, you can have somebody that can be having some prying eyes or some sticky fingers. And there can be some valuables that can actually go missing if you're not paying attention. Bringing strays home also is not a good idea, because you may find that it's not the kind of person that you're wanting to connect with Venus square Neptune. You might have somebody in your space that's really interested, and then you're like, never mind. There can also be some issues with not being clear or intentionally being deceptive with relatives and telling them like, I'm not available, I'm not home, I can't talk, or not really telling them something that's going on in your relationship or in your home life. On the 5th of the month, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in Scorpio, and that's going to be taking place in a sister sign in your natal 9th house. For the most part, to be honest with you, the eclipse is not too bad in your chart. It's going to make some trines to Saturn and Neptune in your 1st. It's going to make some trines also to some energies later in the month in your 4th house, your 5th house, which is about love and romance and children. You're going to fare a little bit better with this eclipse than some of the other signs. Water trines do produce intuition, emotion, psychic abilities, clearing, being more compassionate. An eclipse in your 9th house is like going on a trip, graduating school, completing a program, launching a campaign. Maybe it's going to be about getting a certification, right? Any of these things that are more 9th house based. And you're completing a cycle of something with intentions that you set back in the fall of 2022 when we had a solar eclipse in Scorpio involving Venus. Now, legal stuff, lawsuits, that can come up here as well as just a total change in regards to your belief system. This is the last Scorpio eclipse for 9 years, the last lunar eclipse, south node eclipse for 18, 19 years. So this is a moon to just clear it out, let it go. Sometimes 9th house eclipses bring ceremonies, so like graduations, weddings, things like that can be coming up as well, and just a total change in your belief system. At the time of the eclipse, we're actually going to have Mars, which is going to be in Cancer in the 5th house, so I wonder if it's like a romantic getaway or a retreat with another person that's happening, or you're having some kind of connection to a foreigner. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see the sun come into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. So the sun will be meeting Uranus in the 3rd house. The sun rules health and anything in regards to habits and your routine. And Uranus represents like subconscious. So I feel like maybe you're going, I'm really feeling called to start an online business, or I want to start reading tarot cards, or I'm going to start writing a blog. And it can be about, astrology because Uranus is there. It can be about cooking and beauty or finances. I also feel like it's possible that there is a potential some point in this month for short distance travel, moving, maybe thinking about getting a new car. I would say watch out for word vomiting because the connection to the 6th house makes me feel like you could have an interaction with a neighbor or a sibling and you're going back and forth and something comes out of your mouth that you didn't mean to say with the retrograde and with the Sun Uranus conjunction. Be careful with driving and also be careful with gadgets. You can have lots of issues with gadgets. You might actually break something that could be costly. You're trying to figure out how to get it fixed and trying to see if it is salvageable as a result of that conjunction. It's going to also feel like the mind is on fire. So there's going to be a lot of being like kind of feeling overwhelmed and not knowing exactly how to communicate or get the point across in a way. Frantic energy is kind of what comes up with that in the 3rd house, especially mentally. Then on the 13th, we're going to have Venus in Cancer, trine Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is in your 5th house. She loves being there. Great for children, great for taking chances, romance, having fun, vacations, things like that in the 5th house. And it's coming into a trine with Saturn in your sign. So I think it's about you committing to like what you love and being like, I really love this person. I really love this hobby. And Venus rules the 8th house and also the 3rd. So I could see some of you guys like actually getting into reading tarot cards because the Mercury aspect can be about divination. I could also see some of you guys getting into trading as a hobby and learning more about like international finance and financial trends, and maybe you're taking a financial course or you're learning something and you're getting really excited about that. And you're realizing that it can be something that can also be very lucrative because Saturn wants to give you some kind of stability. Maybe you're also focusing on having a little bit of tough love with a child or with a romantic partner. That's possible with Saturn there. Really sticking to your goals and being really committed to only having people or things in your life that you love that bring you happiness. Then on the 14th, we are going to see that finally Mercury will go direct in Taurus. So no more miscommunication issues. You've been having probably car issues, gadget issues, problems with internet, problems with electricity, car breakdowns, communication breakdowns. And Mercury rules relationships and family. So if there's been like delays in traveling to meet family, miscommunications with people, all that stuff, this stuff kind of settles out a little bit. Some of you guys have been waiting to buy a car or waiting to sign a lease until after the retrograde. Yes, there is going to be a shadow period, but for the most part, it's going to get easier anytime after this point. What else? So then on the 16th of the month, we are going to see Jupiter entering into the sign of Taurus. This is important because Jupiter is your traditional chart ruler. So Jupiter brings positivity, expansion, abundance, good luck, and it magnifies things. So Jupiter moving into your 3rd house is magnifying and bringing more knowledge and, good fortune from 3rd house things. So could this bring you a new car? Yes, wait till after the retrograde. Could you learn a new language? Yes, absolutely. Could you move? Could you take a new program and learn something about finances? There's a lot of similar themes here because there's so many darn planets in Taurus. So, all signs lead back to the same thing. Jupiter will be here for the rest of the year. It changes signs every 12 years. Even when it retrogrades, it's going to stay in your 3rd house all year, regardless of the degrees. And it's going to be bringing more opportunity to get to know your community, to write more creatively, or if you're into writing music or poetry, or if you're into creating digital art even, you could get into doing that as well. So you want to watch for that. I like that Jupiter's going to sextile Saturn at some point, and that Jupiter's also going to sextile your ascendant. So I think you'll have a better way of getting around in a way with words and more opportunity for travel. What I'm not wild about is right off the bat, Jupiter comes into a square with Pluto. So it tells me that between a retrograde here and also some other energies, maybe there's been some delays with getting a vehicle, delays with moving, maybe some documents that are missing that are inhibiting you from being able to travel or continue your education. So maybe you need like proof of diploma or records in some way. It also tells me that you're feeling challenged in communicating because you're outside of your comfort zone. So some of you guys are finding yourselves in a different country, in a different element. You don't know the language, you're trying to adapt, and you're kind of like, oh, I feel a little bit out of sorts here. I also think that this can be about not letting fear run the show with Pluto in your 12th house and not letting like endings or feeling kind of isolated get the best of you. It's really trying to incentivize you to communicate, to get out and about and not allow yourself to feel alone. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see that Mars is going to enter Leo. So Mars deals with, you know, moving forward and passion and vitality and energy. It rules your possessions and it also rules your legal standings, and it's moving into the 6th house. So Mars will be here for about 2 months. Mars likes to get the work done, get the job done when it's in the 6th house. So it doesn't mind checking off the boxes of the to-do list. It doesn't mind going to the gym more often. It doesn't mind going to work. The challenge is that right off the bat, we've got Mars opposed Pluto. So you've got challenges between your resources and legality. They're challenging each other and they're going back and forth. So there can be accidents, ailments, health problems, blind spots, opposition from people at work or people abroad, and having some conflict legally over resources and what's owed, and also some health issues. We're also going to see Mars square the nodes. So I talked about earlier in the video how we're going to see some people kind of respond with anger and frustration, and some people are going to respond by kind of abusing their power. And the truth is that there's gonna be a lot of intensity, so you got to keep the peace here, especially for you when it comes to your health. I think that's really important. I also think that, you know, seeing Jupiter, your chart ruler, square Mars, it's all going to come down to an agreement. It's all going to come down to a contract. So all the more reason, like, don't sign anything, don't agree to anything during the retrograde. Just trust me, wait, negotiate everything, wait till it goes direct, and then use these transits as negotiating time to really make sure that you're getting what's rightfully yours. Between Jupiter, your chart ruler, being in the 3rd, I do think you'll get the car, travel, do all the things, make the agreement, but only because the law is on your side and also because you have an agreement on paper. Otherwise, if you don't, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to prove. This is going to create a grand fixed cross. And it's happening in houses that are more mutable houses. Oops, this one. So it changes with how we think, changes with our behavior and our daily routines, where we travel, and what we let go of. Taurus is the focal point. And I don't want you guys to underestimate the power of Jupiter moving into your 3rd house, because it's saying words are power, communication is power. Don't be afraid to say, I want it in writing. Don't be afraid to say, it's time to move, it's time to go. And start learning and educating yourself about resources and finances. It's going to help navigate some of the changes coming, maybe at work, or maybe even when it comes to the outer world, and you're going to feel like you can kind of pivot and end up kind of standing on your 2 feet, right? Later in the month, you're going to see around the 19th, 20th, 21st. I think it's the 21st. Yeah, hello, 21st, 22nd. The sun's going to move into Gemini. So we're going to see the sun go into your 4th house. So it's going to bring all of your attention to your home and your family. It is an immutable sign, so it's going to start squaring your ascendant and Saturn. So just be mindful that something about expectations, limitations, expectations, limitations with Saturn in your 1st, square the 4th house, boundaries within home or within family. And it's interesting that this is, you know, aiding the Saturn transit. It's just saying, like, you need to be clear about what your boundaries are when it comes to other people, and be cautious when it comes to home and family situations with the square to Saturn. Keep in mind the 20th through the end of the month, that's going to be the most intense astrology. Everybody's going to feel it. I'm sure you know that now. I'm sure you could probably repeat back a lot of the things that I've said to you at this point, but Everybody needed to heed that advice this month. So let's see what the cards say for you. Ooh, I like this for you. You get the Hermit card. I like that with like Saturn on your ascendant and with Mercury retrograde, because I feel like when things get challenging, you're like, I'm gonna go my own way. I'm gonna check out a little bit. The Hermit deals with Virgo, and you know, being that you're going to be having Mercury going retrograde, I wonder if it's about you reading between the lines with conversations you have with other people this month, and like looking at things and being like, what are they really saying that they're not clearly saying? Or you know, maybe I need to like take some time and think about this before I respond to this, because it may not be the right time to say anything yet. Regardless of how that plays out, when in doubt, take time to yourself to reflect. You know, the Hermit card teaches us that we have to go on our own like little spiritual quest sometimes. Sometimes we have to kind of like check out from the world, and it's like what we learn with our alone time. Maybe you need more time to rest, recuperate, and be alone because you really want to write a book, or you really want to learn something, or you really are serious about adapting to a new environment. If you've moved and you're kind of starting over, you may not want to get bothered with you know, family drama or old relationship drama, and you need that time to kind of just reflect on where your life is going. So don't hesitate when it comes to potentially doing that later this month. All right, guys. Well, like I said, I feel like every month is like the same thing. It's like, it's going to be a really crazy month. And then a lot of the times I go back and I'll read, you know, the comments at the end of the month, and there's like 100 of them or so, and everybody's like, this is freaking wild, you know? It's wild because if you listen to your ascendant sign, you're going to find that that's going to be the most accurate horoscope you're going to get. But it's also wild because there is a divine order, okay? And that's what I really want you guys to know. Very, very unusual astrology at the end of this month. So when things get intense, right, try not to lean towards the combativeness of Mars. Try not to burn the house down with Pluto. Try to be wise, slow, committed, stable, rational. Be Jupiter this month. If you're starting to feel like you're getting kind of overwhelmed, go and look at where Taurus is in your chart. That's going to show you where everything's getting reworked, everything's getting reorganized. So that way there is some lesson, there is some blessing, there is some wisdom that comes from this. It's going to keep you grounded for the month ahead. You guys can come back, leave me comments on this if you want. Let me know how you're feeling with some of these transits, what you're excited for, if it's your birthday, what plays out for you. I don't always get to respond to all the comments, but I do read them, and I really appreciate it because it gives me feedback of knowing that I am helping make a difference in somebody's life. And yes, my horoscopes are very different than other people's, but I'm going to kind of keep it real. I'm not going to give you the fluff. I'm going to tell you what I really see. So yes, I know some of these things can be scary and challenging, but I hope you guys move through this with grace. I'm wishing you a really happy month of May. And you guys will catch me back here throughout this next month. Check in on Sundays if you guys want me to go deeper into some of these aspects and some of my hot takes on how it's playing out in the world. Please make sure you're subscribed. Click that button because YouTube likes to unsubscribe you. And until next time, I will see all of you guys very soon. Please enjoy the month ahead. Take care.